Hindus and Sikhs protests condemn attack on temple in Brampton, stage massive protest outside Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. PM Modi leads BJP charge in Jharkhand, holds mega roadshow in Ranchi. Sea of supporters welcome the Prime Minister.
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया।
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insult. It rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in state. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow with dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. Welcome back, friends. In the morning, we had the Hindu and Sikh community coming together and protesting strongly outside the Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. We have seen now for more than a year, amid the ongoing standoff between India and Canada, that an attempt has been made to create an impression that somehow Sikhs are on war path with India. Originating in Canada and some other Western cities, a group of radicals are projected as true representatives of the Sikh community. This week's attack on a temple, each in Brampton and Surrey in Canada, have brought things to a head. This is the first time, perhaps, that violence hit streets among two groups. It is clear that it was orchestrated. The violence was aimed at further pushing the narrative of Sikhs at war with the rest of India in foreign shores. This is clearly a dangerous game, for we know how peacefully Sikhs coexist with us and within us in India. We know how the Sikhs and Hindus are like conjoined twins. Strong statements have come from the likes of Ujjwal Dosanjh and Chandan Arya in Canada. But can we do more to dispel this propaganda of the Western deep state? This evening, I am being joined in by National Commission of Minorities Chairman Iqbal Singh Lalpura, who has taken a strong position on this, playing with India's national security. Let's listen from him what's really happening and what needs to be done. Very good evening to you, Mr. Lalpura. Thanks for sparing time and joining with us so that we can connect the dots and understand what's happening.
Good evening.
You see, Mr. Lalpura, we had those protests in the morning, and I was just wondering that Hindus and Sikhs can come together and protest outside the Canadian High Commission. But how is it that in Canada, an impression is created that all the Sikhs are together and that they are somehow against India, and that narrative seems to be really succeeding? I mean, is it succeeding, or are we letting it succeed? What is happening, Mr. Lalpura?
This is a false propaganda, not based on any data. In 1985, the terrorists boycotted the election, and the voting percentage in Punjab was 65%. Again, this time, the voting percentage is much higher. That may be around 72%. The Sikh population in India is only 2%, but in Punjab, we are 58%. So all are with the government of India. We are nationalists. We have sacrificed everything. We are safe here. Prime Minister has done at least 30 work which I can count for the Sikh community during the last 10 years. No other Prime Minister has taken this initiative. People are very happy and thankful to the Prime Minister for doing all these things. On the other side, this false propaganda was created way back when Kanishka was blasted. And we could not get those criminals here. Why these people are sitting outside are just talking about a handful of people who are shy of coming to India? If they want to do anything, they should come to India. So there is no place in the world which is known as Khalistan. So we only know about a Khalistan conspiracy created by a certain element to defame the Sikhs.
Mr. Lalpura, I must really commend the strong position and clear position that you are taking on national TV. But we still want to understand, if this propaganda is succeeding, you said these are small people, small in number, they are not very many, and still their propaganda is succeeding. So what needs to be done? What can we do? What can we do at the community level to make sure that people understand that these people who call themselves Khalistanis are actually a minuscule minority, radical extremists, perhaps playing in the hands of the Western deep state and some other powers inimical to India, but they are not at all representative of the larger Sikh community?
You have seen those who were propagating Khalistan, or they were talking about Pakistan, Khalistan in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they lost their deposits. Nobody is with them in India. So people want peace, people want prosperity, people want respect, which they are getting in India. I am the chairman of the Minority Commission. Mr. Hardeep Puri is the minister in Union government. And we are all well placed here in India. We are part of the policy making body.
Right.
What else we want?
But how to communicate this to those people who think, looking at these pictures, that, oh, the Sikhs are fighting with the rest of the country, Sikhs are fighting with India in somehow, because, you know, these people would come, just a bunch of about 10, 15, 20, maybe 30, not more. And then because they are resembling the Sikhs, an impression goes that, oh, the Sikhs are fighting against India, which obviously is not the case.
Sikh are with India. Sikh have fought for India's freedom, laid down their lives for the freedom, not only for the freedom, but to save the unity and integrity of the country. Anytime, every time, whenever there was an opportunity to be with India. So we have got every post here in India. We have been President of India, Prime Minister of India, Defense Minister of India, Home Minister of India, Chief Justice of India. What else we want here? We have got everything. We have all got the respect. We have got all the opportunities. So Sikhs are very happy here. I have not seen even 1% of the people who are with these elements.
Right.
They have lost their deposit everywhere. They exist only on paper and are being promoted by certain anti-India element.
Right.
So they are not, some of them are not even Sikh. As per the Sikh tenets, Sikh never kill any innocent person. We have not even a single instance in the Sikh history where any Sikh has killed any person. Even our enemies like Qazi Noordin have written this thing: the Sikhs do not kill any person who is unarmed, who is running from the place, or any attack any woman. So this has all happened in India by some element to whom at least I can't call them a Sikh.
Sir,
they may be.
Sir, you know, you are the chief of the National Commission for Minorities. You have the numbers. You have the state with you. You can understand who's doing what. since we're dealing with some radical elements, I'm just doing some radical thinking. Is it possible that you travel to these Western capitals, to Canada, to wherever these people are, and do press conferences there and educate those people that these are not representative of the larger Sikh community in the country?
I am a writer by profession. That's my hobby also. I have authored 24 books on Sikh history and philosophy. I am always available on the channels to discuss all these things. So it's Government of India is always there to give our own version, and the Minister of External Affairs is doing everything possible to present our case. We are all here we are all Indians, we are proud Indian, we are respectable Indians, and we are with India.
Right, sir. Last question, sir, before I let you go, my last question. You mentioned about the Kanishka bombings and the failure, in a way, to get those people who were accused of those, that dastardly terror attack to bring to India and to bring them to justice. Are you suggesting that, in a way, we know it, but there are elements being cultivated by the Western deep state as some kind of plan to hem in India and to create problems for India?
This is obvious. Some people are doing it, but I am no person to comment on this position, because it is only the prerogative of the Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, who is doing it and who is not doing it. But certainly, I can say on record, the Sikh in majority, not majority, the Sikh in totality are with India. We are happy here. 1.60 crore people are living in Punjab. 50 lakh of them are living in other states. And only 30 lakh people are living abroad.
Right.
Out of those also, as we have heard the statement of Trudeau, that they are not these elements who are against India. So even there, as per their Prime Minister's statement, people are against Khalistani, these so-called Khalistani.
Yeah.
So Sikh in totality are with Government of India. We are happy here. We are living as a good citizen of India, and we are helpful to India, and we are happy here.
Thank you so much, Sir Mr. Iqbal Singh Lalpura, Chief of the National Commission for Minorities, for joining us and taking this very strong position that these Khalistanis do not represent, wherever they are, the larger Sikh community, and that all the attempts being made to project that picture are essentially propagandist and perhaps being done at the behest of the deep state, irrespective of which country they are in, and possibly other forces inimical to India, and that's going to be challenged. In fact, it was challenged earlier in the day in New Delhi when the Hindu and Sikh community came together and protested outside the Canadian High Commission. Let's look at what happened there in the morning.
Massive protests were launched near the Canadian Embassy in Delhi. The Global Punjabi Association and Hindu organizations came together in protests against terror. Protesters broke through barricades in outrage.
We are standing here near the Chanakyapuri Thana, where the Global Punjabi Association here is out on road protesting on various issues. One being against the Khalistani elements, as well as other being the attack on Hindu temples. As you can see, that slogans are being raised where it is written that Indians will not tolerate the attack on temples in Canada, and Sikhs and Hindus are together in this. You can see the heap of crowd, na tootenge na batenge, hum ek hai. These kind of slogans are being raised.
The Hindu-Sikh Global Forum also wrote a letter to Ambassador of Canada to India to take action against the Brampton temple attack.
मैं इसको कंडेम करता हूं और अलगाववादी जो बैठे हुए हैं कनाडा में, मैं उनको चेतावनी देता हूं कि आप बाज आ जाएं, बार बार बाज आ जाएं, हमारे धर्म को अपवित्र करने की कोशिश ना करें। हिंदू सिख एकता है, रहेगी। बार बार प्रदर्शन करेंगे। हम उसको जोरदार सरकार को अपील करते हैं कि आप उन पर एक्शन हो और जो कार्रवाई बनती है उन पे करें।
हम देश विरोधी ताकतों को बताना चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सभी मजहब और सब सारे एक साथ रहते हैं, चाहे वो हिंदू सिख मुसलमान कोई भी हो। अगर कोई भी सिखों पे जैसे आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि हमने कनाडा में मंदिरों पे अटैक, तो सिख धर्म में ऐसा कोई संविधान नहीं है। हम देश विरोधी ताकतों को यही बताना चाहते हैं कि हम एक थे, एक हैं और एक ही रहेंगे।
Meanwhile, the Brampton police arrested Sikhs for Justice coordinator in Hindu temple violence case. 35-year-old Indrajit Singh Ghoshal, who was arrested, serves as the Khalistan referendum coordinator for Sikhs for Justice group in Canada. The latest arrest came after India's strict warning to ensure security for Hindu community and diplomats in Canada.
You have seen our comments that we made. We condemned the attack on the temple in Brampton, and we also called upon the Canadian government to uphold rule of law and to bring to justice people who perpetrated the violence. We hope that the Canadian government will take due action.
Meanwhile, Canadian MP Chandra Arya called out the Canadian politicians for deliberately avoiding recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack.
Again, strongly condemn the attack by Khalistan extremists on Hindu devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. Politicians are deliberately avoiding, recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack, or are shifting the blame to other entities. They are misleading Canadians by framing this as an issue between Hindus and Sikhs. This is not true. We, as Hindus and Sikhs, will not and should not allow vested interest to divide us for their political gain.
The protests come as Canadian MP Justin Trudeau's appeasement of Khalistani terror has not just weakened India-Canada ties, but also destroyed Canada's global standing.
All right, friends, we are delving in detail into this story because we want to dispel this notion that those bunch of Khalistani radicals who come out and protest and then spread those pictures around, giving an impression that Sikhs or the entire Sikh community is against India is wrong. It's propaganda. It's part of a plan to embarrass India. Joining us, Surinder Singh Lali. He is chief of the Global Sikh Association, and he's the one who led those protests earlier in the day outside the Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. Very good evening to you, Mr. Lali. And please tell us what made you go and protest outside the Canadian High Commission?
Yeah, that's probably one of the most ironical questions I need to answer is that, first of all, as a Sikh, I don't think I need to prove anything because there is enough history of us living in India. And while, you just interviewed the very honorable chairman of the Minority Commission, and he also mentioned about Hardeep Puri ji, our current air chief also happens to be from Sikh religion. So I'm not too sure if these fringe rogues living in Canada under the bogey of free speech are nourished by the deep state of not just Canada, but maybe their southern neighbor, create a narrative which is only within a very small echo chamber of a very few Sikhs, even amongst the Sikh community living in Canada.
True.
And then the onus comes on us. I'm sorry. I want through your channel to ask everybody listening to it, don't they have Sikh friends? Are Sikhs not as well as integrated as any other religion in the country or caste or creed? And on top of that, that's a question each one of you watching the television channel can ask yourselves. How many of your friends have ever spoken about the K word? I don't even wish to dignify them with anything beyond the word K, because for me, they are simply a bunch of rogues who are extremists, activists, and nourished by the deep state. They are trying to set a narrative and create the so-called Hindu-Sikh divide. I am sorry, there is no divide in Hindu and Sikh, and I would not even allow that to prevail even in a verbal conversation.
Yeah.
For me, it's the Hindu and the Sikhs versus the K element.
Yeah.
That's how I choose to look at it.
Mr. Lally, then the question is, like you, came out and protested outside the Canadian High Commission, do we need to do more? And if yes, what? In terms of, for example, go to Toronto and Ottawa and maybe you can hold press conferences there. We need to really pin them down.
You see, somewhere you have a point because we're living in the post-truth world, and it's the negative. The smell travels a lot more faster than the fragrance does. So yes, we all need to do that in our capacities. For example, even today, my daughter who goes to college also chose to go with me. She has nothing to do with politics. She's not a politician, but she says, I also want to be a part because, it's not the bad people that ruin a system, it's the good people by not taking part in it. So that's why I take pride in being a proud Indian Sikh. And I wish to tell through your channel to the rest of the world that Canada is playing a game which Pakistan played and they failed. In their 77 years of existence, the pathological hatred they nourished against us, India, and then they through Punjab tried to create unrest in the 80s for which we paid a very big price. But look where Pakistan is. Yeah. 27 times it has been to the financial institutions to raise money. So this is my free research to Justin Trudeau and the Canadians who are quiet, that you are heading the Pakistan model if you don't mend your ways right, because one of the most cliched statements that Hillary Clinton said, and I fully agree, that you are rearing snakes. These are snakes. Yeah. They are simply criminals who are involved in all sorts of nefarious activities, and only because they fund the Justin Trudeau, the pyromaniac who's out to burn his country. And, he will have to deal with them. He's already started to. If you allow me just to add, just 10 minutes ago, Ash Dalla, close-head of Niger, intelligence sources say was also arrested by, the Halton police. So I think, the chickens are coming home to the roost and the party has just started. Although it's going to be a long party because this cancer has been there from, Justin Trudeau Sr. when he chose not to extradite Parmar. And unfortunately, we paid a very big price, 320 lives in Air India Kanishk bombing. But I think they're dealing with a different India now. And they might have understood by now that we are not going to take anything lying down. We'll give it back to the language and they best understand, and especially now that America and the Western economies need us in the global South. So even they need to understand that this is not the same India that's going to be brushed under the carpet because our skin isn't as light as theirs. Right.
Mr. Lally, I really love the play of phrase that you used for Justin Trudeau, pyromaniac, and the manner in which he has really put fire to India-Canada relationship. Perhaps that word beautifully explains what he's up to. Unfortunately, for him, it seems that it's not going to help him in the upcoming general elections in Canada. And that's some sigh of relief for us. Of course, our campaign to expose the Trudeau regime and, of course, these Khalistanis who try to represent themselves as Sikhs, but they are not, is going to continue. And our conversation today with Mr. Lally now and before that with the National Commission of Minorities Chief Iqbal Singh Lalpura is an attempt in that direction.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
significant potential here economically of India being the leading player of the global south.
People are now seeing that emerging markets will speak and will speak on agenda which matters to them, and we can't ignore them because they constitute a substantial part of the global trade, global economy. Specifically, people came to me, finance ministers came to me to say India's G20 presidency stands out for two things, for the content and also the conduct.
ब्लास्ट हुआ स्टेशन पे सर मैं पहुंच गया था लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी।
Hi there, welcome back to your weekly rendezvous with stories contemporary and consequential, after which hopefully you feel intellectually recharged. Like I always do, two stories, one domestic and one foreign this week. The phenomenal victory of Donald Trump in the United States in a never-before sweep for the Republicans provides a moment to look deep into the convulsions the country is going through. It's both in the moment and civilizational. In some ways, Trump's second coming on the back of a hard-fought campaign by both the Democrats and the Republicans represents a confused America having a know thyself dialogue with its declining self. I would unspool some of that phenomenon for you. Also, an op-ed written by India's leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, hit headlines this week. But the real message was lost in the din of sound bites. Rahul Gandhi's hard left turn has been known for some time. Under Rahul's watch, the Congress party has become wedded to the idea of wealth redistribution to the extent of getting blindsided on wealth creation. But why did he choose to put it in ink? We will decipher that. Let's get going. Americans as a civilization like everything in extremes. Either it has to be the biggest or the smallest, oldest or newest, highest or lowest. Even the super has to be in the superlative. You get that while visiting any of those famous touristy places or American museums. By that count, return of Donald Trump to the White House is a coming together of politics and that civilizational impulse. Victory of Trump is Trumpist in scale. America has never been redder in its entire political existence. From the White House to the Senate, from the Congress to the swing states, from the Supreme Court to the Electoral College. It's all Republican, all red, all Trump. It's that moment when the pendulum has swung to the extreme, which means it had swung the other extreme with Democrats pushing the envelope. With imposition of gender choices on infants, with the tyranny of the pronouns, with gender-neutral toilets, with the defunding of police forces, with hypocrisy on climate change, with promotion of men in women's sports in the name of queer sensitivities, with campuses spawned to pro-Palestine protests, with so much else, the Democrats swung it to the extreme. USA had never been that awkward. It contradicted decades of America's in-your-face masculinity projected through Hollywood. Democrats thought Trump, being a bad character and a convicted felon, would do the job. They failed to read the angst of a culture that was feeling shackled. Something had to give. It was, in fact, building up. That's why, amid all the liberal capture of narrative, sequel to the 1986 action thriller Top Gun, that typical product of American machoism, was a big success when it released last year. With campuses captured by pro-Palestine mobs, American corporates quietly started a new movement, skill before degree. Simply put, they don't need a college degree on your CV if you have the required skills. The movement has 300 plus of the Fortune 500 companies now part of it. The picture of Dana Bash holding Joe Biden hands in a daughterly manner as Trump walked away after their joust in the CNN-hosted first presidential debate was a giveaway moment for the mainstream media. Trump went to Joe Rogan and made the CNN irrelevant. Elon Musk was not invited to the electric vehicles summit in 2021 by Biden. Look what he did in 2024. It is possible that apart from Trump himself, Musk might be the most consequential influencer of this election. A star is born is how Trump acknowledged it in his victory speech. Tech evangelist and venture capitalist Peter Thiel famously said in 2015 that his rule number one was not to bet against Elon. Trump supporters were called garbage. They came together to raise their stink. One personal anecdote of the Democrat pendulum that had swung far. Sometime in July last year, present US Ambassador to New Delhi, Eric Garcetti, was giving a lecture on Indo-US relations at the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi. I was in the audience. He quoted from a very famous poem by Robert Browning. But a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's heaven for? And then, after a moment's pause, Garcetti added, since it's 2023, a person's reach should exceed his grasp. This quote is from the poem Andrea del Sarto by Browning, and it essentially means that people should strive for goals that may seem beyond their reach. The pursuit of something seemingly unattainable is what gives life meaning and aspiration, similar to the concept of heaven representing a higher ideal. Garcetti, a former mayor of Los Angeles and hence close to Hollywood, degendered a 19th century poem to fit the present American zeitgeist. Trump was lampooned that he picked the issue of illegal aliens killing pets in Springfield, Ohio. And then we had the bizarre story of the Environment Conservation Department of the Biden administration euthanizing a pet squirrel, Peanut, on doubt of rabies, prompting an internet outrage in the midst of campaign. Peanut did not die in vain, said Bill Ackman, and pictures went viral of a squirrel at Harris' campaign's stage before her concession speech, suggesting that it was the ghost of Peanut haunting the Democrats. Imagine, the Peanut story in many ways typifies this American election, highlighting the Democrat overreach and the smugness to democracy on the ground. You know what? Pendulums swing both ways. So it would in the United States too. We are in the moment of the pendulum in the Trumpism territory, but it might have already started its journey the other way. Nature abhors extremes. Let me take you back to the Trump victory speech. While praising Musk, he said, "A star is born." But that does not necessarily mean it's going to be good for Tesla's balance sheets. For Trump also said in the same speech that America has more oil than Saudi Arabia and that they are going to pump out a lot more of it, which means the global transition to electric vehicles might get pushed. How long before Elon feels the heat in his quarterly numbers? Trump faced the brute force of law enforcement agencies in what came to be called as lawfare during the campaign targeting the former president. Well, from whatever we know of Trump, it might not go unresponded. There are revenge lists already circulating on the platforms like The New Yorker and Politico of names of those in the Biden-Harris administration that could be targeted by the new Trump team for going after the president-elect last 4 years. Which brings me to my own understanding of what's happening in the United States. These are conversions of a society in a nation that's past its prime. America is grappling with its declining influence. Cold War was bipolar. Post the Cold War, America enjoyed a good 2 decades of unipolar dominance. But the last 10 years have been of negotiating a world of increasing multipolarity. Russia cares 2 hoots. Europe seems disconnected in its own postmodern shell. China is snapping at its heels. The small military skirmishes with US allies like Philippines in the South China Sea are testing waters for a larger military takeover of Taiwan. The superpower response would be an interesting watch whenever it happens. We have seen how a medieval militia like the Houthis created a global trade choke point by controlling the Bab al-Mandab Strait between the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. What did the American might do? The opposite of masculinity cannot be effeminate. Obviously, a section of Americans was disturbed. A Trumpist America would withdraw from the chaos that it cannot control. Wars would see disinterest, and perhaps rightly so. It would build walls of tariffs, of immigration, even literal physical walls at its borders. There is both an opportunity and a threat for us in India as for the rest of the world. Brace for headwinds on exports of physical goods, tighter visa controls, pressure to buy more of US oil than Russian oil. There would also be some good, lesser interference in internal affairs. Bangladesh would be set right. Trump might be more appreciative of India's national security concerns. Remember, the Biden administration revived maintenance contract for the F-16 fleet with the Pakistani Air Force that was dwindling, thus giving a new lease of life to the PAF. Expect Trump to not oblige the Pakis for a bargain, of course. Ultimately, the world would negotiate this churn in American society and move on, like it always does. We should too, to our next story.
Director, the taste of success.
Moving to the second one, Rahul Gandhi, India's leader of opposition and the Congress party's sailor-in-chief when it comes to negotiating ideological wins, came out with an op-ed in the Indian Express on November 6, attempting to communicate his position and politics on business and its interactions with society and the government. The piece itself was not a comprehensive one, but gives a glimpse of his thinking on the subject of capital and capitalism. Let me summarize the op-ed before I analyze it for you. Rahul Gandhi seeks to present a picture of India's business and industry as a limited monopoly that is throttling larger entrepreneurial spirit of the nation with the backing of the state. Like the East India Company was used as a tool to exploit India by the colonial British government, the new monopolists are amassing wealth and power to the disadvantage of a great mass of citizenry, in the process making India an unequal and unfair place. In this unequal enterprise, the present state backs them with tools like the ED, CBI and income tax to browbeat competition in favor of these monopolies. Rahul goes on to say that against these match-fixed monopolies are smaller, agile, new-age companies, of which he names about 24. They are new and old, brick and mortar, click and mouse, and even app and AI. No pattern per se. He then connects this classification with his politics of standing with the poor and the weak, giving example of Manrega and farm loan waivers. Essentially, by some strange logic, there are government-favored Brahmin companies, and then there is the Dalit business world, to which he promises a new deal. So what's his new deal? Rahul wants banks to look beyond these monopolies and to lend to the fair practice businesses. He believes that jobs, innovation, and fair play are being overshadowed by monopolies, oligarchies, and intimidation by the state. Since Manrega is mentioned as also right to food, the prescription seems to be the rights-based phone banking governance which characterized UPA 1 and 2 years. The New Deal is more like old wine, only in the Indian Express op-ed page. First up, Gandhi's writers shot him in the foot by calling the Maharajas of yore as a compromised lot, effectively alleging that they sold the country under duress or for bribes to the East India Company. The political storm saw erstwhile royal scions from Diya Kumari of Jaipur to Yaduvir Varyar of Mysuru, from Jyotiraditya Scindia of Gwalior to Gayatri Raje Puar of Devas in MP, hit back at Rahul for his ignorance of the complex history of our freedom struggle. But I'll come to that in a bit. Rahul Gandhi has been on a harangue of sorts the past couple of years, targeting key business groups of the country, particularly the Ahmedabad-based Adani Group. Rahul's politics has been to show the group's rise as connected with the state patronage under the Modi government in New Delhi. That the Modi government has created an oligarchy to the detriment of more democratic business growth. If chikanry were a currency, Rahul Gandhi would have been a rich man. Not that he already is not. Every time he attacks the group, pictures pop up of Congress leaders from Ashok Gehlot then to Revant Reddy now with the promoters of the same Adani group. But then Rahul's attacks are a proxy for a larger shift Congress has taken towards Marxism under him and his mother, Sonia Gandhi. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a Fabian socialist, enamored of the rapid strides made by Soviet Russia. That is the reason why under Nehru's watch, India's top institutions from the civil services to the planning commission, from university campuses to judiciary and the media, were all infused with various shades of leftist hue. All this created the industrialization mess with his commanding heights of state control, smothering a spirit of enterprise in its infancy. He famously told J.R.D. Tata after nationalizing the Air India in 1953 that profit was a dirty word. Daughter Indira Gandhi knocked Fabian, which means caution, out of the window, pressing the pedal on full socialism with a spate of nationalization laws, most famously of the banks. It was a knockout punch insofar as a liberal free market enterprise goes. India did not recover for decades. Sometime in 1959, Nehru was inaugurating an assembly line factory of a defense PSU in Jabalpur of Madhya Pradesh, manufacturing the 3-ton trucks for the Indian Army. In his speech, he mentioned how at some stage in the future, he would want to see the private sector also doing this. He lamented the lack of capacity then, because of which the government had to bear the burden. Criticizing that speech, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay of the Jan Sangh, representing the right wing in Indian politics, wrote in a newspaper column how state monopolies were being created by throttling space for the private capital. By use of law, the monopolies were festering in capacity, scarcity, and corruption. Pandit Nehru should walk the talk on competition by deregulating non-defense sector at least, unquote. Imagine, this was 1959. Also, it is not a coincidence that both the privatization of Air India and the inauguration of a private sector defense company building a military aircraft in the country both happened under the present Modi government. Incidentally, both going to the Tatas, JRD's soul would be in some solace. In fact, the socialist mess Nehru's policies were creating led to the formation of India's first and only truly liberal party, the Swatantra Party, by former Congress stalwart C. Rajagopalachari, or Rajaji as we call him. Others part of the founding team, K.M. Munshi, N.G. Ranga, Meenu Masani, were all former Congress leaders frustrated at the suffocation of the liberal spirit and throttling of private capital in the country. How successful Swatantra became in challenging Nehru and Indira's economic policies can be gauged from the fact that it became the principal opposition party, cornering 44 Lok Sabha seats in the 1969 general elections. But that triggered the go for broke pivoting to economic povertarianism of Indira's Garibi Hatao years. As if Garibi was a cow that could be just shooed away. The nationalization measures were crippling for the economy, but worked to great effect for Indira's politics. The appeal of Garibi Hatao consolidated her hands against the syndicate, the group of leaders led by Morarji Desai, who were revolting against her leadership. Desai was in fact sacked as finance minister by Indira the evening before she brought the law of nationalization of banks. Another step by Indira, abolishing the privy purse of the royals, turned princes to paupers. This was the same period that peak income tax rate was raised to 97% and a wealth tax of 3.5% was introduced. The talented scooted to foreign shores. Industries shut. Businessmen opened Swiss bank accounts to preserve their wealth. Nationalization of more industries followed. Coal to metals, mining, insurance, to even hospitality. With both pillars of support, princes and big business gone, Swatantra Party dwindled into oblivion. Those were intelligent and intellectually agile statesmen. The likes of Ranga and Munshi had warned Nehru on the perils of leaning on the USSR against China. They were proved right when Khrushchev looked the other way, as China smothered India in the Himalayas in 1962. The Swatantra leaders anticipated a two-front war situation with China and Pakistan decades ago and advised Nehru and later Indira of jettisoning the non-aligned movement and mending fences with the West. They espoused a classical liberal agenda of free market, individualism, and a democratic polity. Meenu Masani's speech opposing the bank nationalization move of Indira Gandhi is instructive of the foresight of those leaders. And I quote, "At home, both the depositors and the borrowers who today enjoy freedom of choice between various banks will now face one soulless monopoly. Experience has shown that whatever is nationalized has three evils. One, that it is subject to bureaucratic red tape and inefficiency. Second, that it is subject to political influence, graft, and corruption. And third, that inevitably almost all state enterprises make a loss." Unquote. Rahul, in his New Deal article, talks about monopoly and corruption, both a legacy of his mother and grandfather. Some on social media highlighted that Rahul's op-ed was plagiarized from British statesman Edmund Burke's treatise on India, which panned the then British colonial state to exploit us through the tool of the East India Company. Irrespective of whether Rahul's writers plagiarized the content or just the idea, apart from showing that subconsciously, Congress still defers to the English mind when searching for thoughts on policy, the op-ed gives an ample hint on the worldview of Rahul Gandhi on wealth creators and their interaction with society. Rahul Gandhi might have been very young when his father, Rajiv Gandhi's government, declared a big industrialist a persona non grata, slapping deportation notice, just because he happened to be in a mongoose fight with another industrialist who was in favor of the Congress party. I'm talking about the Nusli Wadia versus Dhirubhai Ambani battle, which had its own share of swings and intrigue. But then that's for later. The hard left turn of Rahul has left many congressmen also confused. Take the case of Sandeep Singh, a close aide to both Rahul and Priyanka Vadra, who helps them in their speeches. While at the JNU, Singh was a member of the All India Students Association, ISA, the student wing of the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist or CPI-ML. He was caught on camera waving black flags protesting the visit of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to the campus in November of 2005. Or look at the frequency with which Rahul leans on left-leaning Delhi University Professor Apurvanand for advice, despite the fact that he is known to be critical of Sonia Gandhi for not doing enough on the 2002 Gujarat riots. The wealth redistribution that Rahul Gandhi has been talking up the last few years is classic Marxism, and you know from where it is coming. Post-independence, there was a happy cohabitation between the Congress and the Communists, the Congress occupying direct power and the left by proxy through institutions. Imagine the irony. Through much of the Nehru-Indira years, the economic planning was in the hands of godless communist economists churned out of campuses like the JNU and the Delhi School of Economics. Having failed miserably in their job and having turned India into a development mess, guess what? They put the blame on the majority religion of India, Hinduism, calling the product of their failures the Hindu rate of growth. Rajiv Gandhi's speech in 1985 from the Mumbai AICC annual session that also marked 100 years of the Congress spoke eloquently of how a corrupt ecosystem around Congress leaders had detached the grand old party from the realities on the ground. He expressed frustration at the manner in which caste divisions were being played up. Rajiv doubled down against caste politics in his Lok Sabha speech in 1989, opposing the Mandal Commission report. That was also his longest parliamentary speech. Rajiv Gandhi was Rahul's father. Despite being disinterested in politics, Rajiv was an early computers enthusiast, a pilot who traveled the world and had the restlessness to bring some of it home. Despite being starry-eyed about Soviets, Nehru did not bite into Stalin's violent left. Despite tilting more socialist, Indira kept the window ajar for calling Savarkar a patriot. In his desperation to claw back to power, Rahul Gandhi has closed his eyes to his own family legacy. On the left and business, of course, Rahul has just taken off the facade. And, oh, by the way, the left turn is only for politics. In personal life, he invests wisely. As per some media reports, his portfolio of stocks has made great strides since Modi came back to power in June. It's okay if he gets some of it right, so long as you are getting me right. Thanks for watching.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of the country will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs who will drive the chart of India's future. Tune in on Thursday, 12th of November for all the live action.
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया।
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insulted, rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Saheb.
याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा अपराधी नहीं, कोई ऐसा माफिया नहीं जो समाजवादी पार्टी का शागिर्द न हो।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath brands SP as a factory of mafias, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the mafia factory. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir, 4 jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow, launches dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. One more incident of temple vandalism that has been reported, this time in Jukal village, which is on the outskirts of the city. The incident that was reported in Chaudama Somanna temple in Hyderabad, where the temple priest has now filed a complaint that unidentified persons desecrated and damaged the idols inside the temple. The police has also registered a case and launched investigation into what happened. Let me cut across to Aneri joining us live on the broadcast. Aneri, unfortunate that such incidents have been on the rise in and around Hyderabad. What happened this time around?
Well, Suvesha, that's right. Back-to-back temple vandalism incidents which we have been seeing across the state, and especially in Hyderabad when we talk, because recently also just this week we can say that this is second such incident which has just taken place where temple has been vandalized, idols have been desecrated inside the temple. Some of the unidentified persons entered inside the temple and desecrated the idols there. What we have been seeing is that now this incident has been reported from Jukala village in Telangana, which comes on the outskirts of Hyderabad basically. And now what we have been seeing is that the temple priest had filed a complaint when he arrived at the temple in the morning hours. He found this that the temple idols were vandalized, and now what we have been seeing is that the priest has filed a complaint with the police officials under Shamsabad police station, and police officials have also registered a case, and further investigation has been taken up into this matter. But yes, back-to-back temple vandalism incidents being reported in the state of Telangana, and especially in Hyderabad. A lot of temples and a lot of idols are being vandalized in the recent times.
Right, and Eri, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as far as the updates of this particular investigation is concerned. Moving on to more breaking news, we are learning that one junior commissioned officer of the Indian Army laid down his life in the Kishtwar encounter. Naib Subedar Rakesh, who was killed in the line of action, JCO, who was injured in the initial exchange of firing with the Jaish terrorists. In fact, the JCO who could not survive, he succumbed to his injuries. He was also airlifted and moved to the hospital. Let me cut across to Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, unfortunate that we are losing our soldiers, but it has been a tough one with regards to these ongoing operations across Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, JCO Rakesh Kumar of the 2nd Para of Indian Army has made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the terrorists in the upper reaches of the Keshwan in the Kishtwar district. Right now we are in the Kishtwar and in the city as well. The security has been beefed up. Right now we are outside the Special Operations Group office where the senior officials, including the DIG DKR range, has already arrived for the operational analysis and also the strategy that needs to be done for encountering these terrorists, because these terrorists are on the mayhem after carrying out the brutal killing of 2 VDG members in the ISIS style. They have now resorted to targeting the special forces of the Indian Army. They planned an ambush to target the 6 to 7 men of the Indian Army that were part of this party that was searching for the terrorists, though this ambush was repulsed by the Indian Army. But unfortunately, one brave heart of the Indian Army, identified as Naib Subedar Rakesh Kumar of the 2nd Parachute Regiment of the Indian Army, which is the specialized force of the Indian Army, he made the supreme sacrifice. 3 others have also got injured, and now the senior officials of the Indian Army, including and officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are strategizing. They are making the strategy that how these terrorists can be neutralized, because it is very important. Time and again we have seen that these Jaish terrorists are targeting the civilians, the special forces, the Rashtra Rifles. They are trying to hit the forces as much as they can, along with those who are part of the counter-infiltration grid, so that they can instill a sense of fear among the locals that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. But these brave heart of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are ensuring that every perpetrator that dares to come inside the Indian territory are given a befitting reply. And as we speak, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police are here at the SOG camp in Kishtwar, strategizing for the strategy that needs to be followed, as with the first light, the operations will resume and the forces will try to neutralize these terrorists, 3 to 4 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And also one more important thing that has come into fore during the investigation of this entire terror attacks, be it the Disa terror attack in which Captain Brijesh Thapa along with 3 others were killed in action by these terrorists in a similar fashion attack, or be it the VDG attack on the 2 VDGs, that is Nazir Ahmed and also Kuldeep Kumar in the upper reaches of the Kuntwara, that these terrorists want to instill a sense of fear. And as we speak, the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they are arriving here at the SOG camp. We are showing you the visuals from outside the camps, and also if Sarjeevan, I'll request Sarjeevan can come this way and we can show you the photos, visuals from inside as well, because the senior officials, including the SSP of the district, they are also here.
Right, Gursimran, I want to thank you for those latest updates. As we'd also like to tell our viewers with regards to the ongoing campaign, where the hunt is on to seize those rogue drones. The BSF today added that 2 more drones and a heroin consignment that was seized. These recoveries that happened on the border area, in the Taran Taran district of Amritsar. Those are the pictures on your screens of the seizures that were made near the Punjab border. And the BSF yet again not just seizing drones, but also how they were carrying a drug consignment. We now shift our focus to the Baba Siddique murder probe that is underway. We are learning that shooter Shiv Kumar was arrested today. This happened in Nanpara in Bahraich in a joint operation that was conducted by the STF Uttar Pradesh and the Mumbai Crime Branch. The accused, Shiv Kumar, who was attempting to flee to Nepal. The STF team was led by Pramesh Kumar Shukla with Sub-Inspector Javed Alam Siddique from the headquarters team overseeing the operation. Additionally, Anurag Kashyap, Gyan Prakash Tripathi, Akash Srivastav and Akhileshendra Pratap Singh were also arrested for sheltering Shiv Kumar and aiding his attempt to escape to Nepal. Let me straight away cut across to Sandeep to take us through the details of how this arrest happened. Over to you, Sandeep.
Suesha, yes, a major development in the Baba Siddique case. In fact, a shooter who killed, Baba Siddique was missing since a month, and the search operation was underway. In fact, this is a major development and a major breakthrough for Mumbai Police Crime Branch, because ultimately, remember, Shiva was someone who had fled from the spot after killing Baba Siddique. And he was the only person who had shot Baba Siddique. The rest of the two associates were also nabbed by Mumbai police at the same point in time, but ultimately they were not someone who had shot Baba Siddique. So Shiva had fled from the spot, and ultimately, after a month time, it seems that Mumbai police have got a major breakthrough in this very case, Suesha, as he was held with the help of UP STF and Mumbai Police Crime Branch had a joint operations with them, and in fact were able to nab Shiva Kumar. And in fact, not only him, the rest of the associate of Shiva Kumar who helped him to take shelter in UP Bahraich.
All right, Sandeep, many thanks for getting us those details. Yes, ahead of the Maharashtra polls, the manifestos that have been released, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who unveiled the Sankalp Patra on behalf of the Mahayuti, and this for the upcoming polls, making 25 poll pledges that the ruling coalition said would set the roadmap for the state's development in the years to come. Getting you all the details in this report.
The Mahayuti unveiled its manifesto for the single-phased Maharashtra Assembly elections, rolling out a list of 25 promises that it said will set the course of the state's development in the coming years. Unveiling the Sankalp Patra of the ruling coalition, Union Home Minister Amit Shah invoked Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, saying that the poll promises are in tune with the people's aspirations in Maharashtra.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है.
Topping the list of poll promises was raising the monthly old age pension to rupees 2,100 and the amount under the state's flagship Ladli Behan scheme from rupees 1,500 to rupees 2,100. In another major poll commitment, the Mahayuti said that it would channel waters from the western rivers to address the perennial woes of the drought-prone Marathwada and Vidarbha regions.
बैन गंगा नल गंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी. इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे.
In other major takeaways, the ruling combine promised 30% compensation for electricity bills, reduced fertilizer prices, as well as MSP on farmers' yields.
किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा।
While promising to come out with a vision document for Maharashtra in the first 100 days after coming to power, the Mahayuti also underlined its commitment to raise the wages of the Anganwadi and Asha workers.
आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा।
Speaking at the unveiling of the Sankalp Patra, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the Mahayuti would also pursue its objective of making Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy in the next 5 years, if voted back. Hitting out at the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shah accused the opposition coalition of trying to grab power through appeasement.
मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली।
Also coming down heavily on Shiv Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, Shah accused him of drifting from Bal Thackeray's ideals while aligning himself with leaders who abused Veer Sarvakar and spurned the invitation to the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
The Aghadi, meanwhile, also came out with its manifesto, promising to implement 5 broad guarantees if it comes to power. As the Mahayuti rolls out its manifesto, the big question is, will it help paper over the differences within and find favor with the people?
Quick check of the other top stories we are tracking from across the country. In a tragic incident in Uttar Pradesh's Hathras, an elderly couple was assaulted. They later succumbed to their injuries. The family of the elderly couple blocked the Agra-Aligarh highway, demanding stringent action against the village head and his supporters. Meanwhile, the police has intervened and assured action. The body was taken for post-mortem. A private bus carrying 32 passengers going from Nagpur to Bhopal overturned near Bhaura and Betul-Bhopal highway. At least 28 passengers were injured. They were taken to the hospital for treatment. Apparently, the bus lost control and overturned. Shahpur police is investigating the incident. Action is being taken to remove the bus from the highway with the help of the crane. Listen in to what the eyewitness said.
मैं कल नागपुर से भोपाल ट्रैवल्स में ट्रैवल कर रहा था, भोपाल के लिए।
कौन सी बस में?
भोपाल ट्रैवल्स।
भोपाल।
तो रात में करीब 2 बजे के आसपास गाड़ी की पलटी हो गई, एक्सीडेंट हो गया।
कहाँ पे हुआ है
ये हुआ है सुकी नदी के पास।
TMC MLA Arnab Goswami alleged the junior doctors' protest over RG Kaur case is being controlled by left parties in the state. Further, he also said that this game plan will not be able to destabilize the state. Yesterday, junior doctors protested against the Mamata government, demanding justice for Abhaya and unfulfilled demands. An incident of violence reported in Assam's Samaguri ahead of Bypolls elections in the constituency over the past 24 hours. Both BJP and Congress accused each other that their supporters were firing gunshots. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma criticized the Congress of restoring violence in the state to intimidate BJP leaders. In a chilling incident, a Bengaluru woman narrowly escaped a dangerous situation after she boarded a fake cab outside Bengaluru airport. The driver, who was later revealed to be an impersonator posing to be an Ola official driver, allegedly attempted to extort money, prompting the woman to seek urgent help. After registering a complaint, the police is now investigating the matter. Alright, just a short while ago we told you how in the Baba Siddique murder case, shooter Shiv Kumar has been arrested today. Now we'll also put out the picture that Republic has been able to access. Shiv Kumar, who was arrested from Bahraich. This was a joint operation that was conducted by the STF, Uttar Pradesh and Mumbai Crime Branch. And that is the still of Shiv Kumar that Republic has been able to access. He was trying to flee to Nepal. The STF team was led by Pramesh Kumar Shukla with Sub-Inspector Javed Alam Siddique from the headquarters team to oversee the operation. I want to go back to my colleague Sandeep, who was getting us details on how Shiv Kumar was arrested. The video on our screens of that man, Shiv Kumar, who is now in police custody. Tell us what his role was in coordinating Baba Siddique's shooting, and of course he was the shooter. Sandeep.
Suresha, yes, a major breakthrough to Mumbai Police Crime Branch and in fact to UP STF, who had in fact led a joint operation in Uttar Pradesh, and in fact this is the main shooter whose videos that we are in fact playing on our screen. He is Shiva Kumar, and in fact he is the person who had in fact killed Baba Siddique. Remember, there were 3 shooters at the spot, and in fact the rest of the 2 shooter were 2 people who were already arrested by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch were not someone who had shot Baba Siddique. In fact, it was Shiva Kumar's bullet that hit Baba Siddique, and he was the main shooter who was on the large. But ultimately, after around a month time has passed now, Mumbai Police in a joint operation with the Uttar Pradesh STF have nabbed Shiva Kumar. This is a major breakthrough, Suresha, that is in fact coming for Mumbai Police Crime Branch. It will be very much crucial to see who were the key conspirators, although it is being said that they were working on the directions of Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi's brother, in fact, and not only that, one of the key conspirator, that is Shubham Lonkar. Apart from that, Zishan Akhtar. These 2 people are still, in fact, absconding. And Suresha, after Shiva Kumar's arrest, it will be crucial to see whether the Mumbai police would be able to, in fact, nab Zishan Akhtar or Shubham Lonkar.
Oh yes, absolutely, Sandeep. We continue to keep a close eye. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, thank you for joining us. Well, yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, that is the 12th of November, all day, as it will be live action.
to someone who I have had the pleasure of knowing for almost, if I may say so, over a decade and a half professionally in various roles. And I have seen the way in which Nirmala Sitharaman has come out as a shining star in our political life. She would be feisty and have the greatest amount of personal research on any subject, which is true even today, and she had every fact on her fingertips.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of its best known spokespersons, and now as the Union Finance Minister, steering the country through the most difficult and the most unprecedented of times, and the grace with which she has led the country's economy at a time when all the doomsday prophets said no, it couldn't be done. What's your message to everyone who use controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today, our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Character, the taste of success.
लास्ट जो है स्टेशन पे सर मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र।
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया।
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insulted, rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में दो वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib.
याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा अपराधी नहीं, कोई ऐसा माफिया नहीं जो समाजवादी पार्टी का शागिर्द न हो।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath brands SP as a factory of mafias, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the mafia factory. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir, 4 Jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow, launches dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. Alright, we are cutting across to breaking news coming in. A clash that broke out between Congress worker and the CRPF. This happened during Priyanka Gandhi's roadshow at Muppainad Kalapeta in the Wayanad district of Kerala. Priyanka Gandhi, who was leading this roadshow, and several Congress supporters who were a part of that roadshow. A clash that broke out between one of those Congress workers and a CRPF official. We'll also show you pictures of what had happened as I cut across to Ashwin joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Over to you, Ashwin, for what happened.
Priyanka Gandhi is in the last, Priyanka Vadra is in fact in the last leg of the campaign in Wayanad, where she is contesting for the up ahead Bypolls, where Rahul Gandhi has moved way for her to campaign. now in a very close-knit contest that is going to happen over there. There has been several tensions that has been ongoing between the CRPF, which duty is to protect Priyanka Gandhi and to give her Priyanka Vadra, in fact, and give her security. There has been large number of people who have been trying to barge into the security corridor of Priyanka Vadra, and that was stopped by the CRPF. One we can clearly see in this visual that a Congress worker wearing a pink color shirt was seen trying to scuffle in, and CRPF trying to stop him, and then he's trying to have a scuffle with the CRPF officials in this regard. What we get to gather from our local sources is that there has been an ongoing grudge between the Congress workers and supporters who's trying to come close to Priyanka Vadra during a campaigning, and the CRPF having a very tough job of ensuring that that does not happen, considering the security that has to be provided because she's part of the Gandhi scion. Certainly there has been several such minor clashes, but now it has been caught on tape as well. One of the workers clearly seen pushing the CRPF official who was there on duty by trying to stop him from pursuing his duty as well. So certainly if there's a more controversy that will stir out of it, needs to be seen. But what we can definitely say is that a CRPF official was pushed by a Congress worker, and then we can also see him being taken away by other Congress workers trying to tell him not to create any kind of emotional panic over here, and taking him away to safety as well. And we can also see the CRPF official over there who are giving security to Priyanka Vadra coming closer and trying to understand why the Congress worker is trying to attack him.
Any action that has been taken against these Congress workers? Any investigation that has been ordered into it? Any response from the Congress leadership yet?
This incident happened just around 45 minutes ago is what we get to gather from our local sources, and what they are, the last leg of campaigning of Priyanka Gandhi is going on for the upcoming Bypolls elections. So certainly whether there will be a case that will be registered by the CRPF official, whether he has any complaints, needs to be seen, but tension is high, as we can clearly see in the tape that the worker was trying to clash, have a scuffle with the CRPF official who was doing his job of protecting Priyanka Vadra.
Oh yes, absolutely. And not only did he harm the officer on duty, the CRPF personnel who were deployed in huge numbers, but the very fact that nothing has been spoken about this yet. Will the Congress try and defend this man is the big question.
Absolutely. In fact, the Congress workers have not also spoken about it. But what we know from our local reporters is that there has been such scuffle that has been going on ever since Priyanka Vadra has been taking on a high-profile campaigning, a relentless campaigning which she has been taking, trying to secure her seat for the Gandhi family, the dynasty, to come inside the parliament. So this is one of the fight that is giving. In fact, she's first parliamentary election that is going on. So certainly the Congress workers has ensured large number of people are there all around her. Large number of people have been arranged, and certainly this couple that we have come across that has happened hardly an hour ago certainly seems to suggest that there has been a tendency by the Congress worker to stop the CRPF officials from doing their job as well, which is providing security. And we can clearly see that he is trying to pull the stick which the CRPF official is also holding close. So we need to see whether the CRPF official will register any complaint, and whether that will go further, whether there will be an investigation on this regard.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Ashwin, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates on the same. On what the investigation reveals, why did this scuffle break out in the first place? And most importantly, did the Congress worker did not think that he is harming and attacking an officer on duty, a CRPF personnel on duty who is there to guard Priyanka Gandhi Vadra? The very fact that they feel empowered being Congress workers, clearly under the leadership of their top bosses, that they decided to go ahead and do something like this. And how exactly is the top leadership going to react is something we are waiting to watch. All right, so we'll continue to track that story. Also moving on to what happened ahead of the Maharashtra polls with regards to the manifestos being released. Yes, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who unveiled the Sankalp Patra or the manifesto of the Mahayuti, making 25 poll pledges that the ruling coalition said would set the roadmap for the state's development in the years to come. From raising the monthly old age pension to 2,100 rupees and the amount under the Ladli Behen scheme from 1,500 to 2,100, a slew of schemes that have been promised. Take a look.
The Mahayuti unveiled its manifesto for the single-phased Maharashtra Assembly elections, rolling out a list of 25 promises that it said will set the course of the state's development in the coming years. Unveiling the Sankalp Patra of the ruling coalition, Union Home Minister Amit Shah invoked Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, saying that the poll promises are in tune with the people's aspirations in Maharashtra.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है।
Topping the list of poll promises was raising the monthly old age pension to rupees 2,100 and the amount under the state's flagship Ladli Behen scheme from rupees 1,500 to rupees 2,100. In another major poll commitment, the Mahayuti said that it would channel waters from the western rivers to address the perennial woes of the drought-prone Marathwada and Vidarbha regions.
बैन गंगा नल गंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे।
In other major takeaways, the ruling combine promised 30% compensation for electricity bills, reduced fertilizer prices, as well as MSP on farmers' yields.
किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा।
While promising to come out with a vision document for Maharashtra in the first 100 days after coming to power, the Mahayuti also underlined its commitment to raise the wages of the Anganwadi and Asha workers.
आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा।
Speaking at the unveiling of the Sankalp Patra, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the Mahayuti would also pursue its objective of making Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy in the next 5 years, if voted back.
Hitting out at the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shah accused the opposition coalition of trying to grab power through appeasement.
मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली।
Also coming down heavily on Shiv Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, Shah accused him of drifting from Bal Thackeray's ideals while aligning himself with leaders who abused Veer Sarvakar and spurned the invitation to the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए दो अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में दो वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
The Aghadi, meanwhile, also came out with its manifesto, promising to implement 5 broad guarantees if it comes to power. As the Mahayuti rolls out its manifesto, the big question is, will it help paper over the differences within and find favor with the people?
Well, a day after bringing a massive charge against the Congress-led MVA, claiming that it agreed to a quid pro quo offer from the All India Ulema Board ahead of the assembly polls, BJP underlined its intent to put its unity pledge into practice, unveiling the manifesto or the Sankalp Patra of the ruling Mahayuti ahead of the single-phase elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah promised to bring in tough anti-conversion law in the state if elected. Getting you all the details in this report.
At the unveiling of its manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP-led Mahayuti underlined its intent to put its plan to prevent a split in majority votes on parochial lines into action. A day after charging the Mahavikas Aghadi of cutting a quid pro quo deal with the All India Ulema Board, the BJP came out with a counter strategy to carry forward its "Batenge to Katenge" call. Speaking at the launch of the manifesto of the ruling Mahayuti, Union Minister Amit Shah said it will bring a tough anti-conversion law in the state if voted back.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आए।
The BJP earlier claimed that the MVA bigwigs accepted 17 demands of the Ulema Board, including reservation for Muslims in lieu of votes and support of the minority community.
How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jamaat-e-Ulema will consider it? A downright divisive communal demand of 10% reservation for Muslims. The Congress party is crossing all limits of constitutional propriety and political propriety to get votes to defeat BJP.
Raising the alleged quid pro quo deal, Shah asked the people if they stand for Muslim reservation at the expense of deserving quota for the backward and marginalized section of the population.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या?
Accusing the waqf board of laying claim to temples in Maharashtra and grabbing farmers' land elsewhere across the country, Shah said the Aghadi was stalling the bid to ring in sweeping changes to the Waqf Act.
किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहाँ तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए। और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहाँ पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है।
There's just few days left for the voting and for the counting in the state of Maharashtra, as the assembly elections are already announced by the Election Commission of India. The Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti is facing each other in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact both have come up with their own manifestos. As the day comes nearer, the elections will get more interesting as the war of words between Mahavikas Aghadi or the Mahayuti have started taking its own course against each other.
With the BJP coming with a counter to the Aghadi's alleged bid to consolidate Muslim votes, the stage is set for fiercely polarized battle for the Maharashtra Assembly.
Well, yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, that is the 12th of November, all day, as it will be live action.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
News headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and good evening, friends. The fact that you're watching News Sunday shows how seriously you take what's happening around you and in the country. So let's have an engaging 1 hour of news conversation. We are the only country in the world, perhaps, which has a Maharashtra inside a Rashtra. And Maharashtra is in the midst of a crucial election to its state assembly. In fact, politically speaking, the weight of Maharashtra is second only to Uttar Pradesh, with the state sending 48 MPs to the Lok Sabha against 80 of UP. Today is an even more important day for both the sides of the political divide. The ruling Mahayuti and the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi came out with their respective manifestos of promises they would keep if they came to power. The BJP calls it Sankalp Patra, the MVA Maharashtra Nama. Do you get that subtle nuance there between the two names? Between chaste Hindi Sankalp Patra and Persian-influenced Maharashtra Nama like Akbarnama. This might be more than a casual naming actually. It reflects the orientation and target audiences of both the sides. But more interesting is how the freebie politics unleashed by the Congress, for which it is paying heavily, and people in some states like Karnataka and Himachal are paying even more heavily, has caught BJP's fancy too. In the winner-takes-all elections, it gets cutthroat, and the BJP too is showing signs of getting influenced. The one outlier in the manifestos is that the BJP has also promised to bring an anti-conversion law in Maharashtra. Let the focus tonight be on the second most important political state in the country. Here are the headlines first.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah releases Maha Manifesto, vows to bring in anti-conversion law if BJP is voted to power. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tears into Samajwadi Party, brands it factory of mafia, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the factory. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP charge in poll-bound Jharkhand, holds mega road show in Jharkhand's Ranchi. During Priyanka Gandhi's roadshow in Wayanad, Congress workers clash with CRPF jawans. Right, the high-voltage Maharashtra elections are just days away, and it's raining promises as both Mahayuti and the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi pull out all these stops to woo voters. BJP's Sankalp Patra pledges 25 lakh jobs, financial aid for women, and a host of farmer benefits, with Home Minister Amit Shah declaring it's the people's vision for Maharashtra. Not to be outdone, Congress and the MVA hit back with their Maharashtra Nama, promising caste census, Rs 4,000 for job seekers, and cash support for young women. The countdown is on, but will these promises seal the deal with the Maharashtra voters? Look at the details, and I come back on the other side with a panel of guests for a nice conversation.
With Maharashtra elections just over a week away, it is raining freebies in Maharashtra as Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi launched their manifestos. Home Minister Amit Shah unveiled Sankalp Patra, releasing a list of 25 promises in the manifesto, focusing on ambitious development goals and financial support.
और ये महाराष्ट्र की पूरी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब आज हमारे इस संकल्प पत्र के अंदर दिखाई पड़ता है। हमारे एनडीए की जो सरकार, महायुति की सरकार चल रही है, उसने किसानों का सम्मान करने की बात की है, गरीबों का कल्याण करने को जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया है, महिलाओं का स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने के लिए हम योजनाएं लेके आए हैं और विरासतों का पुनरुत्थान करने का काम भी महायुति सरकार ने।
During the launch, Home Minister Shah said that the manifesto promises to reflect people's aspirations for Maharashtra. BJP's Sankalp Patra promised a comprehensive plan for development and growth, keeping women, farmers and youth at the center, with strong emphasis on rural development, employment generation and financial assistance. Key promises include generation of employment for 25 lakh people. Initiatives include women empowerment via the ongoing Ladli Behna Yojana by providing Rs 2100 monthly allowance and empowering 50 lakh women as Lakpati Didi. While manifesto also focuses on farmers, outlining a series of welfare programs for the state. Meanwhile, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge released Maha Aghadi Manifesto, listing 5 pillars of progress and development for the state.
हमने 3 लाख तक के कृषि ऋण माफ करे। हम नौकरी चाहने वाला युवाओं को 4000 रुपए का मंथली स्टाइपेंड दे रहे हैं ताकि वो नौकरी के तलाश में रहकर बहुत अपना समय गुजारता है और उसको पैसे नहीं रहते, जहाँ नौकरियां आते हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट की नोटिफिकेशन होते हैं, पहुंच नहीं सकते, उसीलिए उसको अपने 4000 रुपए मंथली स्टाइपेंड देंगे। स्किल डेवलपमेंट में भी अगर उनको कहीं रखना है रख देंगे। ये काम हम दे रहे हैं।
From caste-based census to empowering women, MVA outlined a series of welfare schemes in its manifesto. In view of Mahayuti's focus on women voters of the state, MVA plans to provide Rs 1 lakh to girls reaching age of 18, Rs 3,000 allowance to women under Mahalakshmi Yojana. To woo young voters, MVA promises recruitment for 2.5 lakh job vacancies and Rs 4,000 monthly stipend to all young job seekers. With Mahayuti and Maha Aghadi releasing manifestos, it will be interesting to see which party manages to grab the votes of people in the single-phased elections in Maharashtra.
All right, if you heard those details, it's interesting how many of those promises which qualified as freebie culture till last couple of elections are now actually finding their way into the BJP manifesto also. For example, farm loan waivers. In fact, if you look at what the Mahavikas Aghadi is promising, they are saying if the farmers pay back their loans, they are going to get additional 50,000 rupees, while the BJP is promising full farm loan waiver. Joining me in this conversation, we have Pooja Mishra, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. She's joining us live from Prayagraj. We also have Chandrasekhar Jha, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Sena leader, and he's joining us live from Mumbai. We have Kapil Madan, advocate, leans towards the Congress and the opposition, and he's joining us live from Delhi. We also have Brijmohan Srivastav, chief national spokesperson of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, and Krishna Hegde, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde faction. Essentially, all sides of the political spectrum in Maharashtra on this panel, And I want to begin with Sanju Verma, nationalist spokesperson of the BJP. Typically, I begin with the opposition side, but I'm, for a reason, starting with you, Sanju, because when I was going through the respective manifestos, I found it interesting that it seems that the BJP is succumbing to the freebie politics essentially pushed by the Congress party. Are you really getting psyched out in the manner in which all these promises have come in the BJP manifesto also?
You know, Abhishek, I always say that the devil is always in the detail. You know, for instance, let me say one important thing, because, you know, the appeasement of the Muslim community has been doing the rounds now for the last 72 hours. Somebody the other day told me, you know, Andhra Pradesh has 4% reservation for Muslims. So if the Mahavinash Aghadi is promising 10% reservation to Muslims in Maharashtra, what's the big deal? The big deal is this. 4% reservation for Muslims in Andhra Pradesh is as per what the Supreme Court diktat is. It is well within the relevant norms. But when you talk about 10% reservation for Muslims in Maharashtra, despite the fact that the 52% upper cap pertaining to reservation in Maharashtra has already been reached, then you are not only trying to undermine the credibility of the Supreme Court, but you're brazenly trying to fool the minority community. हो ही नहीं पाएगा। 52% अपर कैप महाराष्ट्र में रिजर्वेशन का रीच हो चुका है, तो आप सिर्फ तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं with an eye on the Muslim vote bank. And I'll tell you something. I always say that there is again a very thin line between welfare politics and freebies. If the BJP says we are going to increase the payout for Ladki Bahin Yojana from 1,500 rupees to 2,100 rupees a month, that is not a freebie, because Maharashtra has a budget in excess of 8.5 lakh crore, a budget deficit of nearly 40 or 45,000 odd crore, a GSDP of 45 lakh crore. You know, so this is a very rich state, and 2,100 rupees per month is not really going to affect the taxpayer, the ordinary middle class, or the exchequer. But when Karnataka says we will give 10 kg free rice to people, and it fails to deliver that promise, and then after the elections are over and they come back to power, they say, oh, हम तो 10 kg मुफ्त का चावल हर महीने कर्नाटका की महिलाओं को देना चाहते थे. But you know what? The Food Corporation of India is under the control of the central government. They are not willing to release rice stock. Whereas Food Corporation of India, set up in 1965, is not meant to fulfill the appeasement politics of Congress. It is meant to maintain buffer stock of food grains in case of contingencies with an eye on food security. So there is a very thin line between welfare politics and freebies. जब आप चादर के अंदर पांव रखकर डिलीवर करते हो, उसे वेलफेयर पॉलिटिक्स कहा जाता है. जब आप चादर के बाहर पांव पसारते हो, that is called freebie politics. Sanju. And when you're not able to marry grand vision with seamless execution, that is called freebie politics. But in the case of Narendra Modi, grand vision and seamless execution have always
Sanju, let me come in with a counter question. You know, there's something called principle. In principle, the BJP stands against freebie politics. And in fact, just a few days back, when we had a slip happening on the part of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge about this freebie culture not taking them anywhere, you were the happiest on the panel. You were there. And today you are saying, okay, fine, Maharashtra is a rich state, it can afford. So, I mean, in principle, are you sort of compromising? I want to grill you on that a bit and then move on.
You know, Abhishek, as an anchor, I'm glad you have such a great memory, and you're free to grill me as much as you want. I'm not going to play the victim card. I just want to say one thing. You know, please look at the entire picture. Do not miss the woods for the trees. And in just 30 seconds, I'll give you two examples. The Atal Setu, the Mumbai Trans Harbour Link project, was conceptualized way back in 1961 when Pandit Nehru was the Prime Minister. It was finished in 2023 after a good 62 long years, because, you know, the Congress, despite being in power for the longest time, both in the state of Maharashtra and in the center, was twiddling its thumbs and did nothing. And the BJP-led double-engine Sarkar, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, and of course Prime Minister Modi, they brought the Trans Harbour Link project to fruition. इसे freebie politics नहीं कहा जाता, इसे good governance कहा जाता है. And in 10 seconds more, do you remember the year 1988? Rajiv Gandhi laid the foundation of the Navi Mumbai Airport. From 1988 to 2014, 26 सालों तक, सबसे ज्यादा समय तक 19 साल, उन 26 सालों में से कांग्रेस सत्ता में थी केंद्र में, नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का कुछ नहीं हुआ. Thanks to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, next year the Navi Mumbai airport will become a pleasant reality.
Okay.
So the BJP does not engage in freebie politics. It puts development agenda at the forefront. But we also want to uplift people who are marginalized, who are poor, who are vulnerable. और इसमें क्या गलत है? After all, we are a welfare state.
Okay. So essentially what you're saying is there is a thin line between welfare economics and freebie culture, and BJP is fully aware of that line or not crossing that line. Kapil Madan, you agree with Sanju Verma? And if yes, to what extent? If not, to what extent?
So Abhishek, let me say it very unequivocally here. Sanju wants to use a different yardstick when it comes to BJP, and she wants to use a different yardstick when it comes to the opposition. While BJP announces some schemes in their manifesto, they will say it is a development agenda and a welfare state, therefore we are entitled to do so. When the same thing is announced by the opposition, then Sanju would say it's and coming from the Prime Minister, that it is a revdi culture. Now let me say a very tell our viewers a very important insights of it. You remember when the Food Security Act was passed? It was passed during UPA 2. Which was the which political party opposed the Food Security Act? It was the BJP. And let me tell you, when Prime Minister says that we are giving free rations to about 80 crores of Indian, do you know under which act this ration is paid? It is paid under the Food Security Act, the same act which was vehemently opposed by BJP tooth and nail. So all I say is that while it is one thing to speak on the channel. Just a minute.
No, don't interrupt, Sanju. Sanju, don't interrupt. Sanju, I'll come to you. You will get your chance to rebut. Let him complete. 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 I'll come to you, Sanju. Let him complete.
I get your anxiety.
Has completely ruined Karnataka.
Sanju, we have an hour to discuss Maharashtra. Let him complete. He has to go early. Let him complete.
Your anxiety. Please hold on to your anxiety for a little.
I have asked a question on freebie versus welfare. It applies to the entire country. Let him complete.
Yes. No, in fact, the fact that Sanju is getting anxious because Sanju is
getting... Sanju, let him complete. You get to rebut only after him. No, I'm not allowing that. Sanju, please. I'm not allowing that. I'm not allowing that. Sanju, let him complete.
Well, while Sanju was making, terrible allegations against the opposition that had, no meaning, no factual or, other kind of, factual support, let me just say what is an admitted fact. While Sanju wants to say it is the opposition who is indulging in freebies, then I would just like to remind Sanju, our national debt has gone 5 times in the past 10 years. Now, if you really want to praise your government, Sanju was using Sanju was using Pao Chadar, Pao Hamara Karza.
Sanju, hold on. Let's have a structured conversation. I have more important questions to ask. Sanju, let him complete. Sanju, you got your good 2 minutes of opening. Let him complete. Okay, Kapil, continue.
मैं रिपोर्ट्स को सही मानूं तो लास्ट जो हमारा कर्जा है देश का वो कुछ 2.5 लाख करोड़ हो गया, जो कि तकरीबन 5 गुना हो गया. तो आप जब आप बोल just a minute. Sanju.
We have the world's 4th largest forex.
Sanju, this is filibuster. Sanju, this is filibuster. Sanju, this is filibuster. I'm not allowing that. Let him complete. I have to ask some important questions of him before he goes. Let him complete. Okay, Kapil. Now the point is,
Sanju made a very important point here कि पांव उतने पसारने चाहिए कि जितनी चादर जो हमारा national debt 2.5 लाख करोड़ हो गया. तो I don't know whether Sanju was criticizing.
Kapil Madan, you are falling into a trap. Kapil Madan, don't fall into a trap of numbers with Sanju. I can tell you our debt to GDP ratio is fantastic if you compare the situation globally. Sanju, I am moderating. Sanju, I am moderating. Let me do my job. Kapil, you are falling into a trap. Kapil, listen to me. You are falling into a trap of Sanju. Don't go into numbers. You can't beat her on that. But more importantly, Kapil...
Sanju is getting anxious. And I think you are also trying to cover it up.
Baba, she's getting away with it. I don't want you to let her do that.
हिमाचल प्रदेश कितना है जरा बताओ?
Abhishek, allow me.
You
Abhishek,
don't
allow
have
me.
money
I'm allowing you.
to the government employees of Himachal Pradesh.
The point is,
You
the
borrowed
point is, Sanju
30,000
wants
crore
to.
in Himachal Pradesh in just 12 months.
So what
the
happens
highest
is,
that any
so-
government of Himachal Pradesh has
Sanju, we are not discussing Himachal Pradesh now. You want to discuss Maharashtra, then you yourself go to Himachal Pradesh, not allowed. Let's focus on what we are having a conversation on, which is Maharashtra, which is the manifestos of the respective sides. And Kapil again telling you, don't get into debt to GDP debate, focus on Maharashtra. And my question to you, Kapil, because I know you have to go. Kapil, my question to you. You were talking about Food Security Act. You know, this whole rights-based approach. Listen to me, Kapil. I'm taking the question forward. I'm taking the question forward.
Just a minute. Hold on. The problem today on the debate is Sanju wants to compensate logic with noise, but unfortunately you can drift the debate by making unnecessary noise because you don't have a counter as such to the issue that I am being debated. And that's the example.
Is the Chief Minister ordering?
Okay, can I take the debate forward? Can I take the conversation forward? For God's sake, I have a very important question, follow-up question of Kapil Madan. Kapil, listen to me.
You cannot compete with logic with noise.
Kapil, listen to me. Kapil. Okay, now I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Round one is over. I'm moving on. Kapil, now because you mentioned about the Food Security Act, and we know the rights-based approach of the Congress party during UPA 1 and UPA 2, everything is a right. Take the right for this, take the right for that, no responsibilities, no duties, including of the Congress party perhaps. But listen, the Congress manifesto or the MVA manifesto brings in or talks about something called right to disconnect. I mean, is this serious? Like, whom are you addressing this to? What is the right to disconnect? Like, I can switch off my data like I do on a flight or something?
So, Abhishek, I do get your, I know BJP is being cornered here. So you want to, take away the debate in a completely different direction.
No, I'm having a structured conversation.
Just a minute, Abhishek. Let me just give
like
a few important points here. Let me give a few important points here. Sanju would agree with me that Honorable Prime Minister Modi promised that farmers' income will get doubled by 2022. Did this happen? The question is,
farmers' income has doubled.
We all know the question.
5 years, rural
we all know the question, and we all know the answer.
Rupees to almost 13,500 rupees.
You know, it's serious because, Maharashtra is a state which unfortunately reports high number of farmer suicides.
There's more than a 58% jump in rural incomes in the last 5 years.
Sanju,
my point is,
more than a 58% jump in rural incomes in the last 5 years as per Niti Aayog.
As per the government data, is the farmer income doubled by 2020?
Sanju, this filibuster is not to be allowed. We are not having a conversation. I can't hear you. He can't hear you. You can't hear him. This is din. Please stop. Just
on this point.
Okay, Kapil. Let's have a structured conversation. Don't provoke her. You are doing that regularly, and then you are saying that she's not letting you speak.
I'm talking about data. I am only talking about where the promises were being made, and the promises were not being fulfilled. That's what I am trying to highlight.
Now listen,
when Prime Minister Modi came to power,
you failed.
How many universities were made?
You failed.
How many universities were made in the last 10 years?
You failed.
How many universities were made in the last 10 years?
2 rupees per litre. You raised petrol prices by 3 rupees per litre. You raised diesel prices by 4 rupees per litre in Karnataka. Himachal Pradesh में CID inquiry चल रही है on missing samosas. Are you not ashamed of your Himachal CM?
Sanju, why are you again and again going to Himachal when you yourself want the conversation to happen on Maharashtra, Sanju? This is the second time you have gone to Himachal.
He's not talking about Maharashtra. Let him talk about Maharashtra. Muslim appeasement. You are saying 10% reservation देंगे मुसलमानों को. कैसे देंगे 10% reservation? Upper limit of 52% has been reached in terms of reservation in Maharashtra.
Okay, I have to broaden the debate now. You see, let me get in the Shiv Senas on the debate now. The Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena. Sanju has been harping on the appeasement politics part. In fact, during the manifesto release, Union Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned how the party envisions bringing in the rule of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and while saying so, he said, can the Shiv Sena ask the Congress party whether they would take the name of Shivaji Maharaj, whether the Congress party would take the name of Savarkar. So my question to you, Mr. Chandrasekhar Jha, is that apart from the development economics part, which obviously should be part of the manifesto, there is an ideological position which political parties take, and Amit Shah has challenged you. Can you ask your ally to speak on Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, on Veer Savarkar? Mr. Jha?
See, these kind of narratives are being made when you don't have any issues contesting the opposition. And these types of challenges are without any kind of noise, and we don't seem to take these type of challenges. These are not serious challenges, but serious challenges what? BJP is playing a divisive policy in Maharashtra. How? They have made Muslim reservations in Andhra Pradesh. They have categorically made Muslim reservations in Andhra Pradesh. They say that we are doing appeasement politics. Who has started this? Mr. Devendra Fadnavis in 2018, 1st December, his statement is there that Muslims can be reserved and be given reservation category in Maharashtra in accordance with law, and that has to be construed. That is always true because it is on fact, it is on record.
No,
it cannot be denied.
After you
Second thing is that if you say the kind of government which has been run, there was a law and order issue. There is complete disaster of law and order in this state. Last 3 months, if you see, many issues have popped up with regard to law and order issues. None have been addressed, none have been adjudicated. So these type of issues which are having importance in this state have not been addressed. Categorically, what is the address? Address is vote jihad, address is appeasement policy, address is something which is beyond the purview of the government.
Abhishek, can I come in now?
These kind of issues.
I'm coming to you, Mr. Hegde, I'm coming to you.
These kind of issues are not at all helpful for them.
Okay, well, Mr. Krishna Hegde, though of course Mr. Jha sort of sidestepped my question, which was on whether the Uddhav Sena can ask the Congress party to clarify its position on Veer Savarkar and Shivaji Maharaj, whether Shiv Shahi vote bank,
they can't, because now
which
they have
Shiv
become
Sena
the Aurangzeb
Uddhav
fan
claims
club members,
to be
so they cannot talk about
having a
Savarkar,
legacy on.
They will be shunted out of the Mahavikas Aghadi. So firstly, they will be shunted out of the Mahavikas Aghadi if they ask any such questions. Firstly, it is a shame that Swatantra Veer Savarkar ji is being called by the Congress as Maafi Veer Savarkar, and these people who are talking about Hindutva can't do anything. Secondly, let me tell you and clarify Devendra Fadnavis' stand in 2018 in the assembly. He spoke about Maratha reservation, and when the Muslim MLAs asked him about reservation for Muslims, he said that I will talk to the Muslim MLAs and then we will decide on what can be done or what cannot be done. He has nowhere confirmed or given a nod for Muslim reservation. Thirdly, this is a blatant lie. Third thing, I must tell you that today, not 2018, today is 2024.
Let him complete. Mr. Jha, let him complete. Let him complete.
They are not going to get reservation.
Mr. Jha, let Mr. Krishna Hegde complete.
Now and not in the future. They are not going to get reservation. Thirdly, let me tell you, the Mahavikas Aghadi has its full list of, in the manifesto, whether it is a Ladli ban or the free bus travel or, support to the farmers or jobs or, pension for young job seekers. This is already being done by our government. This is already being done by our government. And the Mahayuti has been doing it for the last 2 years under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar ji. And over that, not only the free travel, we are given crop insurance, we are given free power to farmers, we are given schemes for senior citizens, apart from the Lake Ladli, Ladli Ben, Vayoshri Yojana, and the umpteen number of yojanas we have. So they have just, done a copy-paste of our manifesto, of our schemes, and they're talking about it. And over that, they are going to fulfill. How are they going to fulfill? For 2 years, for 2.5 years, your CM has not gone to Mantralaya 2 times. Your CM is doing Facebook Live and not coming out of his house. In COVID, when he was administrating the state, there was 6,000 crores of COVID, scam, 12,000 crores of infrastructure scam, vasuli from metro, contractors, vasuli from Atal Setu contractors, vasuli from coastal road contractors, vasuli from everybody, RA-shed contractor, vasuli, it was called the Ma-Vasuli Agadi. The bombs were planted under industrialist houses and every infrastructure project in Mumbai was at a standstill.
What
is the point? Krishna Hegde is making a point of law and order.
Against you.
Mr. Jha, Krishna Hegde is making a point of law and order. He is not making a point on capitalism versus crony capitalism.
Yeah,
Krishna
when
Hegde.
our government came back into power, all the industries came back. Eknath Shinde ji got 3,50,000 crore investment from Davos. 80-90% of the MOUs were signed. Everyone came rushing back to Maharashtra. Maharashtra is today #1 in industry, commerce, education, agriculture and whatnot. And therefore, all the schemes which we are giving the people, 46,000 crores for Ladli Behna, and now 56,000 crores after the increase. Maharashtra has got a $500 billion economy and rushing to a $1 trillion economy, and therefore we can afford to give these schemes.
Okay, Mr.
Not
Hegde.
like Himachal Pradesh and Telangana where they cannot afford, and like
Maharashtra can afford to be a $500 billion economy going on to $1 trillion economy because 1/3 of India's taxes come from Mumbai alone. So obviously, Maharashtra has the wherewithal to be the first $1 trillion economy state in the country. And it should. But you see, I have to just announce that Mr. Brajmohan Srivastav, who's the chief spokesperson of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, has joined in, and Kapil Madan has left because he had to go, and in his place we have Gyanendra Mishra. He leans towards the Congress party, so the panel is complete again. Okay, the question I have is, you see, on the issue of, it's a very interesting election, by the way, happening in Maharashtra. Sanju, you would agree. The kind of confusion that the voter on the ground would be facing, you know. There are two Shiv Senas, there are two NCPs. You know, the Eknath Shinde says that coalition dharma is not being followed by the BJP, some leaders at least, and you know whom I'm talking about. In this state of confusion, I think the BJP manifesto sort of partly co-opting the freebie culture. Of course, there is justification that Sanju Verma gave that, okay, fine, it's a rich state, we can afford it so long as we are aware of that red line between what is freebie and what is welfare. The fact of the matter is it's a little confusing election for the voter to choose. And then let me get in other people also into the conversation. Pooja Mishra, Sanju has been saying that the opposition campaign is just about minority appeasement. And we saw what happened yesterday with the ulema board coming in and coming out rather with a long list of demands which can classify as Muslim manifesto, almost like the 14-point charter of Muhammad Ali Jinnah of 1940, you know, the Lahore resolution. It's unfortunate that it's happening in our politics even today. And irrespective of whether Nana Patole accepted it or not, Pooja Mishra, the fact of the matter is that just as you can accuse the BJP of playing Hindu politics, the opposition is playing Muslim politics.
Abhishek, let me take your attention to the manifesto, because we are discussing about the manifesto. They didn't accept the letter of our MLA, okay? They didn't put that, whatever we demanded in that letter, into their manifesto. So Abhishek, asking for right to marginal community. If I think, being a Pooja Mishra, if I think my community is marginalized, it's according to constitution that I can ask for extra attention for my community. That the MLA does. And he can ask even the government, no matter who's the government is, ruling party also can, he can ask that right for the ruling party too. But let me bring your attention towards the manifesto. I heard the Mahayuti spokesperson, that is Shinde group. He says that the Mahavikas Aghadi has copied the manifesto of Mahayuti. No, they are one step ahead than you. You are not talking about the welfare of women. You are talking about the only financial aid, and I won't want any.
No, I think there are a lot of promises made for welfare of women, Pooja Mishra, in the Mahayuti manifesto also, in the BJP manifesto also.
No, don't you know? No, don't you? I'm talking about the cervical cancer, the free vaccine which MVA is talking about. You know that about 1.25 lakh women are suffering from cervical cancer every year in our country. And 75,000 women die every year due to this cervical cancer. And we contribute 25% of death due to cervical cancer. The MVA is addressing that, and that aligns with the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal of our country, the third point. And talking about the, again, the BJP, what the Mahayuti is talking about, Mahayuti is always talking about the financial aid. They are not addressing the current issues. They don't have the proper agenda, proper roadmap. They are talking about the freebies only. And they are not, you are talking about the skill development. What about the current generation? What about the current youth? Unko naukri chahiye. Unke बारे में आपको बात ही नहीं करनी है. आप बात करते. Now she was talking about the income of Maharashtra. How much debt Maharashtra has? You need to address that too. I think MVA is addressing very bad issues.
Okay, hold on, Sanju. Sanju, hold on, Sanju, hold on. Sanju, let her complete. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, Sanju. You get to rebut, but let her complete. Let her complete. I'm coming to you, Sanju. Let her complete. I'm coming to you, Sanju. She's making an important intervention. Sanju, listen to her, and you get to rebut. Take the
State of India.
Take down the points, and you get to rebut point by point. Let her complete. Okay, Pooja Mishra, complete.
You asked about the law of disconnect. Do you know what the law of disconnect says? Disconnect says that if you're not watching why are you against the...
I will have a segment on love jihad. Sanju, hold on, let her complete.
Why are you against the conversion bill?
Hold on, I'm coming to the conversion bill. Hold on, Sanju, hold on.
Radical Islamist जब आपके interfering 12 साल की दलित बच्ची का रेप इस उत्तर प्रदेश में कहां से यहां बैठकर महिलाओं का भाषण दे रही है and your leader हम विश्वास नहीं कर सकते हैं विक्टिम का पहले डीएनए टेस्ट करवाना गरीब बच्ची का डीएनए टेस्ट करवाने वाले
Okay, Pooja, hold on. Pooja, hold on. Pooja, hold on. Pooja, pull back. I have to ask a question of Sanju Verma. Since Sanju wants to focus on love jihad and anti-conversion bill, etc. Sanju, can you take the question now? Sanju, can you take the question now? Pooja, pull back. Can I ask Pooja to pull back? Nobody is getting anyone. Nobody is understanding what's happening. Sanju, are you aware that people watching are not able to make out who's saying what? It's a din. Hold on. Pooja Mishra, hold on. Okay, Sanju. Since you want to focus only on love jihad and appeasement and anti-conversion law, please tell us the anti-conversion law as a promise was part of BJP's 2019 manifesto also. Why in the last 2.5 years you did not bring the anti-conversion law in Maharashtra?
You know, Abhishek, I want to say one thing very clearly to you, that even in Karnataka, we had brought the anti-conversion bill. It was supposed to become an act, but the moment Siddaramaiah government came to power, the first thing they did...
Pooja Mishra, I'm not allowing that. Pooja, hold on. Pooja, pull back. Pooja, hold on. Okay, Sanju. On anti-conversion law, then I move on. Okay.
मोहित खान आपका नेता रेपिस्ट है मोहित खान को पहले कंडेम करो बाद में बीजेपी को भाषण दो चलो मेरे साथ बोलो कि मोहित खान हिम्मत है
Sharat, can you help me pull back both Sanju Verma and Pooja Mishra for a bit? I am moving on. You see, Sanju, we are having an interesting conversation. Let's make it even more interesting. Sanju, you see, you're talking about vote jihad. Let's have a factual conversation whether vote jihad exists or not. Okay, Gyanendra Mishra, do you agree or not whether vote jihad is happening? Because that's one of the key subject of stump speeches of BJP leaders in Maharashtra, including by Devendra Fadnavis and others. You think vote jihad is happening in Maharashtra and the BJP is right in making it an issue?
I think, Abhishek, that, it is just an, the political gimmick and again a polarizing agenda which is being put forward by the BJP. I don't think that there can be and should be any love jihad and or vote jihad. You know, talking about the empowerment of every section of the society, including the weaker section, can never be equated with vote jihad or love jihad, etc., etc. These are the terminology which has been coined for the political expediencies, for the political benefit, for the electoral benefit, without recognizing and realizing that pushing such kind of an agenda is not good for the nation, is not good for the society, not good for their development. Therefore, the moment you talk about empowering certain deprived section of society, be it SC, be it ST, be it an economic weaker section, you will start saying that you are dividing the nation on the basis of caste, you are dividing the nation on the basis of
Aren't you actually dividing the nation on the basis of caste? Because caste census is part of the manifesto announced today, including a promise to remove the 50% cap on reservation, which is obviously aimed at getting in more castes into the reservation category.
Yes. So therefore, these are the political issues which need to be dealt with politically, and ultimately it is the electorate which will decide the validity and the relevance of such topics. But point I was trying to make is that if you try to make certain provisions for seemingly the weaker section of society, you cannot jump on the bandwagon and say that it is divisive, they are playing the jihad. I think this kind of terminology is not good. Pushing such kind of terminology in the electoral
you know what happens? What is Gyanendra Mishra, I understand this sophistry that, don't say things, don't say bad things. If bad things are happening on the ground, why don't you bring them to attention? Now, vote jihad, according to you, sounds really bad. Now, look at what's happening. In the Lok Sabha elections, in the month of June, look at the Dhule Lok Sabha seat. It has 6 assembly segments. Of the 6 assembly segments, BJP had a lead of 1,85,000 or 1,90,000 votes in 5 of those assembly segments. And in just one, Malegaon, the BJP, the Congress party, got a lead of 1,95,000 votes and the Congress won by 4,000 votes. So obviously, there is something called vote jihad. It might sound awful. It should not happen, but it is happening, Gyanendra Mishra.
So Abhishek, I think if there is anybody to blame for, I think it is the ruling dispensation. When unfortunately, the Honorable Prime Minister of the nation, when addressing the electoral rally, make reference to a particular community by, they are your bhais chor, they are your Mangal Sutra chor, they will take away your women, they will take away your daughters. So if you push that kind of an agenda, that kind of a narrative into the politics, then what do you expect out of it?
There is a reason that might be happening. There is a reason that why it might be happening. Brajmohan Srivastava, you get to defend it, but you see, the fact of the matter is that if one community is polarizing, and the other community is divided along caste lines, which the Congress party so happily wants, then obviously BJP is in the business of politics, right? They have Vish Hindu Parishad with them, but they are not there for sannyas. You see, they are in the business of getting into power. So they will do something, and for them, it's counter-polarization, getting the other community polarized. What's wrong with that? Gyanendra Mishra.
Abhishek, I totally agree with you. Because this debate is started by the Congress, or we can say the Mahavikas Aghadi, or the INDIA. They have started this debate in the country. Why they have chosen the red book, and why they have started saying that the scheduled caste will not get their right, and the constitution is going to be changed, this and that. So these people, when started creating a false narrative in the country, then it was obvious that the other political party will also raise the questions and they will expose them. So when we started exposing them, then they realized that they are trying to get something wrong narration in the country. Now they are weeping. Now they are saying this thing, that thing. Why they have not seen our manifesto? Once they will see the manifesto, then and compare it with the your manifesto.
Okay, Krishna Hegde. Before I go back to the opposition side, Krishna Hegde.
Because the moment, I remember the top BJP leaders saying openly in the public that we don't need Muslim votes. We are only concerned with the 80% votes. We are not at all concerned. Rather, we don't want Muslim votes. We are not at all concerned with them. We don't understand. We don't consider them as our voters. And if that is the narrative that you pull out in the open, and then you expect that the certain community or the religious section will vote for you, when the top leader comes openly and say that I'm not interested in your vote, what I'm interested in is an 80% vote.
Okay, Sanju.
Opposition party to
Abhishek, you asking me to speak. You're not even showing me the screen. You didn't even ask me to speak.
No, you are there on the screen, Hegde Sahab. You are there on the screen. I had asked you, but I think there was some issue with the audio. That's why Gyanendra Mishra got to speak.
Nothing on the screen. Actually, let me educate Mr. Gyanendra because he's
okay, you go ahead, please. Yes.
Firstly, you have already spoken about Love Jihad and given him the statistics. I will tell him about Love Jihad also, apart from the word Jihad. There was a committee formed by the government of Maharashtra to take into grievances all the intercaste issues which are happening between Hindus and Muslims. And that committee was flooded with grievances, and a lot of people who by deceit get married with the name of Love Jihad and then oppress the Hindu girls. And it is not a fallacy. It is not a fake thing. It is something happening really. Mr. Gyanendra should come down to grassroots level and find out how difficult it is, how dangerous it is. And secondly, even the word jihad, 180 NGOs are today working with Muslim organizations trying to get their percentage of voting to 60+%, and that has happened in the Lok Sabha election, and they are going to repeat this in the Vidhan Sabha election also. So I urge all Hindus to come out and vote 100% to counter that, and that is very important. If that is why the Prime Minister has said, batenge to katenge, और साथ रहेंगे तो safe रहेंगे.
Sanju, okay, Krishna Hegde ji, let me take this to Sanju. Sanju, I agree with the development pitch from Atal Setu to Navi Mumbai Airport to that corridor, along the coastal highway that has been created in Mumbai. But then when come elections and the BJP is only about vote jihad, love jihad, anti-conversion law, batenge to katenge.
That is also happening.
So obviously that's your key election pitch, Sanju.
No, that is not the key election pitch.
Let me make a few points now, please. It's my turn to speak. Let me speak. Abhishek, you are well versed with Mumbai. There is this institute called Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Tata Institute of Social Sciences की आज तक कोई भी रिपोर्ट बीजेपी के फेवर में नहीं है. They are anti-BJP. I have no qualms in saying that. They say they are anti-establishment, but that's a different story. Tata Institute of Social Sciences has just released a report, barely 48 hours back, where they say that the Hindu population in Maharashtra was 88% in 1961. Currently, as per 2011 census, the Hindu population is down to 66%, whereas the Muslim population has risen from 8% in 1961 to 21% in 2011 as per the 2011 census. Then the Tata Institute report says कि 2051 तक यदि यही चलता रहा population growth rate, Hindu population will be down to 54% in Maharashtra and Muslim population in Maharashtra will rise to 30%.
That is so unfortunate.
Hindu population is down to 66% in Maharashtra. कैसे हुआ? बिना लव जिहाद के हुआ, बिना डेमोग्राफिक जिहाद के हुआ, बिना वोट जिहाद के हुआ, बिना लैंड जिहाद के हुआ.
Sanju,
please wake up and smell the
okay, Sanju.
Please wake up and smell the coffee. Hindu population is declining in Maharashtra.
Sanju. I have. Okay, Sanju, listen. Sanju, listen.
Done in Maharashtra, and not only done in Maharashtra.
One by one.
Muslim population has risen from 8%.
One by one. Okay.
और आप यहाँ पूछ रहे हो कि हिंदू खतरे में है या मुसलमान खतरे में है? महाराष्ट्र में हिंदू खतरे में है और यदि बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, इसमें क्या गलत है? बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, इसमें क्या गलत है? Why don't you talk about सिद्दीकी, सैयद, खान, पठान, कुरैशी, मंसूरी, मुसलमानों में भी 100 से ज्यादा कास्ट हैं।
Can we stop this Tower of Babel? Can we stop? Hello. Can we stop this Tower of Babel a bit? We are left with just 5 minutes, Sanju. We're left with 5 minutes. Okay, Sanju, you know. Hold on, Sanju. Hold on, Pooja. Hold on, Gyanendra Mishra. Hold on, Mr. Brajmohan Srivastav. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Okay.
Why they are not talking to radical?
At least go for the caste census.
Okay, देखिए, Pooja Mishra, you did not answer my question. I gave a specific example about the vote jihad, which is a reality on the ground going by the Dhule Lok Sabha seat. Now, if one community, I'm not saying wrong, it's a democracy, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying if one community is allowed to polarize its votes in one direction, why do you object or call it communal? If an attempt is made, other community is not polarized, but if an attempt is being made to, bring them together, why do you object to it, Pooja Mishra?
Abhishek ji, you know the Act, the People's Representation Act. What does that say? Being on constitutional post, you are Prime Minister, you are Chief Minister of a state. You can't give such a statement which can lead to even a community feel inferior. You're Prime Minister, you are Chief Minister, you can't say that.
What is that? What is that? You can't, you are tying down one side that they should not be talking about it, and the other side is completely polarizing, and you are happy beneficiary of that. Okay, Sanju Verma, I think what you should be doing is, instead of saying batenge to katenge, which sounds a little crude, maybe you should be saying united we stand. Then perhaps Pooja Mishra would support you, Gyanendra Mishra would support you, and Chandrasekhar Jha would support you. Okay, let me take this forward. No personal comments, Sanju Verma, no personal comments. I can't allow this. I can't allow this. I can't allow this. Everyone is speaking.
You guys support Yaqub Memon.
I can't allow this. I can't allow this.
Debates and give bhashan on secularism.
Pooja, pull back. Let's have a little bit of a sensible debate. Only last 2 minutes left. Only last 2 minutes left. Let me structure this.
Abhishek, do you know the Congress manifesto says that all Muslims who have been arrested since 1992 should be freed, which means perpetrators of the 1993 Mumbai blast. They want those people should be released. 250.
What is this, Gyanendra Mishra? From where is this coming, Gyanendra Mishra? Gyanendra Mishra. Gyanendra Mishra, from where is this coming? From where is this coming? Is this not appeasement politics? Is this not crassest appeasement politics which plays with your national security, our national security, Gyanendra Mishra? Sanju, let him respond now. Sanju, let him respond now.
Who have been falsely implicated because of their religious orientation. The justice will be done to
Gyanendra Mishra, from 1992 onwards, the Congress party has been in power in Maharashtra for at least half of the time.
Implicated because of their religious orientation. And this is what the manifesto says, that if someone, because of his religious orientations or religious affiliations, has been prosecuted maliciously, the justice will be done. The law will be applied equally, and the justice will be done to each and every section of the society, and nobody will victimize because of their religious orientations or religious affiliations.
Nobody is getting what they are saying. Nobody is getting what they are saying. Okay, Chandrasekhar Jha, my question to you, Chandrasekhar Jha. Just day before yesterday, Sharad Pawar gave an interview. Now, it's interesting. Sanju, you should listen to it. A specific question was asked of Sharad Pawar on the Chief Minister's face. Now, quoting him, "We have decided not to finalize a single name. After elections, if we get a majority, the party among our partners which gets higher seats will decide at that time." Now, during the Dasera speech, Chandrasekhar Jha, your leader, Uddhav Thackeray, dissed this idea of the biggest, larger party, getting to decide who becomes the chief minister. Obviously, the larger party gets its leader as the chief minister. Now, obviously, Uddhav perhaps knew that he is not going to become the largest party, and Sharad Pawar believes that largest party should get the chief minister's chair. And in fact, in the alliance seat sharing that has happened, it seems Sharad Pawar has really trumped both the Shiv Sena, Uddhav and the Congress party. You are at a disadvantage, Chandrasekhar Jha. On the day that the manifesto has come out, you think that Sharad Pawar has foxed Shiv Sena and your leader?
See, these things will come out after the elections. The results will show what will be the situation. All the three alliance partners will sit and decide upon that issue. So that is not a question here. The question is that when BJP is doing a vote bank politics, appeasement politics, Mr. Ajit Pawar himself has raised the issue of Muslim reservation in the month of October. So NCP Sharad Pawar group is also here. He can answer on that because these all three alliances are not working together. And this issue has been raised by Mr. Ajit Pawar. He says that 10% reservation in assembly seats and 5% reservation in education for Muslim community. So what kind of vote jihad is being practiced by BJP? Everybody should know. And how
what about Sanju Verma? What about the 2018 Devendra Fadnavis statement that maybe some section of Muslims can be given reservations? Since you are talking about appeasement,
he said I will only talk to the MLAs. He didn't say anything that some reservation can be given to the Muslims. So Mr. Jha is just misleading the nation here. I must tell you very clearly, there was a debate in the House and he said that we will talk to the Muslim MLAs.
No, in the month of October itself, before elections, again you are saying something else. Again it is on record. Again you are saying something else. What kind of things you are saying? Because it is on record. You cannot deny on the record.
Okay, I have run out of time, so I have to conclude. Thank you so much, Pooja Mishra, Chandrasekhar Jha, Gyanendra Mishra, Brij Mohan Srivastav, and of course Krishna Hegde and Sanju Verma. We had a nice, lively conversation. Sometimes everyone talking over the din, but that's how fantastic democracy works, and we are a fantastic democracy. Remember, in the same interview that Sharad Pawar gave to the newspaper, he also said that some populist schemes that the Mahayuti government has announced in the last few months are actually perhaps having a positive impact for them, and we will have to take that into account. So obviously BJP is now batting on the same turf as the Congress party. It would be interesting how it pans out. Thank you so much for joining us in this conversation. Friends, the time has in fact now come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents to you the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policymakers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, November 12th, that's day after tomorrow, for all the live action here on Republic. Thanks for watching this Sunday.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
character, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of the country will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists, and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs who will drive the chart of India's future. Tune in on Thursday, 12th of November for all the live action.
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया.
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insulted, rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्मानीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib.
याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा अपराधी नहीं, कोई ऐसा माफिया नहीं जो समाजवादी पार्टी का शागिर्द न हो.
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath brands SP as a factory of mafias, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the mafia factory. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow, launches dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. Yes, ahead of the Maharashtra polls, the manifestos that have been released, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who unveiled the Sankalp Patra on behalf of the Mahayuti, and this for the upcoming polls, making 25 poll pledges that the ruling coalition said would set the roadmap for the state's development in the years to come. Getting you all the details in this report.
The Mahayuti unveiled its manifesto for the single-faced Maharashtra Assembly elections, rolling out a list of 25 promises that it said will set the course of the state's development in the coming years. Unveiling the Sankalp Patra of the ruling coalition, Union Home Minister Amit Shah invoked Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, saying that the poll promises are in tune with the people's aspirations in Maharashtra.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है।
Topping the list of poll promises was raising the monthly old age pension to rupees 2,100 and the amount under the state's flagship Ladli Behan scheme from rupees 1,500 to rupees 2,100. In another major poll commitment, the Mahayuti said that it would channel waters from the western rivers to address the perennial woes of the drought-prone Marathwada and Vidarbha regions.
बैन गंगा नलगंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाना जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे।
In other major takeaways, the ruling combine promised 30% compensation for electricity bills, reduced fertilizer prices, as well as MSP on farmers' yields.
किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा।
While promising to come out with a vision document for Maharashtra in the first 100 days after coming to power, the Mahayuti also underlined its commitment to raise the wages of the Anganwadi and Asha workers.
आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा।
Speaking at the unveiling of the Sankalp Patra, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the Mahayuti would also pursue its objective of making Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy in the next 5 years if voted back. Hitting out at the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shah accused the opposition coalition of trying to grab power through appeasement.
मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली।
Also coming down heavily on Shiv Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, Shah accused him of drifting from Bal Thackeray's ideals while aligning himself with leaders who abused Veer Sarvakar and spurned the invitation to the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
The Aghadi, meanwhile, also came out with its manifesto, promising to implement 5 broad guarantees if it comes to power. As the Mahayuti rolls out its manifesto, the big question is, will it help paper over the differences within and find favor with the people?
Well, a day after bringing a massive charge against the Congress-led MVA, claiming that it agreed to a quid pro quo offer from the All India Ulema Board ahead of the assembly polls, BJP underlined its intent to put its unity pledge into practice, unveiling the manifesto or the Sankalp Patra of the ruling Mahayuti ahead of the single-phase elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah promised to bring in tough anti-conversion law in the state if elected. Getting you all the details in this report.
At the unveiling of its manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP-led Mahayuti underlined its intent to put its plan to prevent a split in majority votes on parochial lines into action. A day after charging the Mahavikas Aghadi of cutting a quid pro quo deal with the All India Ulema Board, the BJP came out with a counter strategy to carry forward its "Batenge to Katenge" call. Speaking at the launch of the manifesto of the ruling Mahayuti, Union Minister Amit Shah said it will bring a tough anti-conversion law in the state if voted back.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आए।
The BJP earlier claimed that the MVA bigwigs accepted 17 demands of the Ulema Board, including reservation for Muslims in lieu of votes and support of the minority community.
How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jammu-e will consider it? A downright divisive communal demand of 10% reservation for Muslims. The Congress party is crossing all limits of constitutional propriety and political propriety to get votes to defeat BJP.
Raising the alleged quid pro quo deal, Shah asked the people if they stand for Muslim reservation at the expense of deserving quota for the backward and marginalized section of the population.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या?
Accusing the waqf board of laying claim to temples in Maharashtra and grabbing farmers' land elsewhere across the country, Shah said the Aghadi was stalling the bid to bring in sweeping changes to the Waqf Act.
किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहाँ तक कि मंदिर भी वक़्फ़ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक़्फ़ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहाँ पर भी वक़्फ़ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है।
There's just few days left for the voting and for the counting in the state of Maharashtra, as the assembly elections are already announced by the Election Commission of India. The Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti is facing each other in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact both have come up with their own manifestos. As the day comes nearer, the elections will get more interesting as the war of words between Mahavikas Aghadi or the Mahayuti have started taking its own course against each other.
With the BJP coming with a counter to the Aghadi's alleged bid to consolidate Muslim votes, the stage is set for fiercely polarized battle for the Maharashtra Assembly.
And well, upping the ante against the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly bypolls on November 13, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tore into his arch political rival Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing hardened criminals who looted people and robbed them of their homes and land. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath unleashed a no-holds-barred attack on the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly by-elections in the state. Speaking at a rally at Ambedkar Nagar on Sunday, Yogi came out firing at the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing gang lords and criminals. Invoking the killing of Bahujan Samaj Party leader Raju Pal by goons in the employ of the Samajwadi Party, Yogi said the Akhilesh-led party has turned into a production line for the mafia. Chief Minister said criminals are groomed into gangsters with the blessings of SP leaders.
देख सफाई बिटिया घबराई ये समाजवादी पार्टी आप यह तो एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस बन गया है माफिया और अपराधियों को पालने का प्रोडक्शन हाउस है ये यानी जहां पर हर दुर्दांत अपराधी हर दुर्दांत माफिया हर दुर्दांत दुष्कर्मी जहां से पैदा होता है और इसके सीईओ अखिलेश यादव है.
Invoking deceased mafia lords turned leaders Atiq Ahmed and Mukhtar Ansari, Yogi said the feared dons who looted people under SP faced swift justice under the double-engine Sarkar.
प्रयागराज का अतीक अहमद रहा हो, गाजीपुर का मुख्तार अंसारी रहा हो, अंबेडकर नगर का खान मुबारक रहा हो, ये सभी के सभी समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रोडक्शन हाउस की ही उपस्थिति. बिजनेस पार्टनर थे लोग, एक साथ अपराध के लिए बिजनेस करते थे.
Yogi's fierce attack came less than 24 hours after Akhilesh needled the ruling BJP, saying reverse countdown had begun for those behind the encounters.
जो एनकाउंटर वाले हैं उनका काउंटडाउन शुरू हो गया है. जो एनकाउंटर वाले हैं उनका काउंटडाउन शुरू हो गया. अब वो सरकार में उतने दिन नहीं रहेंगे जितने वो सरकार में रह चुके हैं.
With Akhilesh firing a salvo at the BJP and Yogi striking back, the gloves are well and truly off in UP ahead of the bypolls to 9 assembly seats. And well, in a mega terror sweep in the valley amid a spurt in cross-border infiltration attacks and joint forces who are engaged in fierce gunfights with Jaish terrorists in Srinagar and Kishtwar. Now, according to sources, the twin encounters which followed a firefight in Sopore the day before was still ongoing, highlighting the grave security challenges for the forces deployed in the region.
Less than 24 hours after the forces closed the Sopore encounter, gunning down one terrorist, two separate firefights broke out in the valley on Sunday. According to the sources, fierce gunfights between the forces and terrorists from the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed were ongoing in Srinagar and Kishtwar regions of Jammu and Kashmir. Sounds of rapid gunfire filled the air in the Zabarwand forest area of Kishtwar after a joint team of the Army's elite special para-forces and the Jammu and Kashmir police trapped some Jaish terrorists in the area. Reports said that some Jaish men tried to ambush 6 to 7 Army personnel, triggering a fierce gun battle. An air ambulance was rushed to the site of the Kishtwar gunfight after 4 soldiers were injured in the foiled ambush. It was the third such encounter in the region within 24 hours. A group of 3 to 4 Jaish terrorists tried to ambush the soldiers who had been deployed in the area as part of a massive manhunt for the culprits behind the abduction and murder of 2 village defense guards in the area. Meanwhile, the forces continued to sweep the Zabarwand forest and are expected to remain in the area till late evening. Meanwhile, In Srinagar, terrorists opened fire on a joint team of the army and police during a coordinated search operation. According to sources, the forces cornered 2 to 3 Jaish terrorists in a residential building in Srinagar. The forces launched the operation after receiving intelligence about the presence of terrorists.
किश्तवाड़ में सुरक्षा बलों और आतंकियों के बीच मुठभेड़ लगातार जारी है। 3 से 4 जैश के आतंकी जो हैं वो केशवान के ऊपरी इलाकों में सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा घेरे गए हैं, जिसके बाद ये ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। इस ऑपरेशन में भारतीय सेना के नायब सूबेदार जो हैं उन्होंने शहादत हासिल की है। 2 पैरा के नायब सूबेदार राकेश कुमार जो हैं वो आतंकियों से लड़ते हुए शहीद हुए। अभी ये ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। आपको बता दें कि जो आतंकी सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा घेरे गए हैं ये आतंकी जैश मोहम्मद के वही आतंकी हैं जो 2 विलेज डिफेंस ग्रुप के मेंबर्स जिसमें कि नज़ीर अहमद और उसके साथ साथ कुलदीप कुमार को मौत के घाट उतारने में यही आतंकी थे, जिसके बाद सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से बड़े पैमाने पर ऑपरेशन जो है वो लॉन्च किया गया था। इस वक्त जो है पूरे किश्तवाड़ की बात की जाए तो सुरक्षा चाक चौबंद कर दी गई है, क्योंकि लगातार इनपुट हैं कि आतंकियों के कई और ग्रुप भी इस इलाके में एक्टिव हैं।
While no casualties were reported on either side, authorities informed that no further gunfire was heard after the initial exchange.
Well, the Global Punjabi Association and Hindu organizations staged protests against Khalistani terror amid the recent attack on Hindu temples and targeting of the embassy staff. The Hindu Global Sikh Forum also wrote a letter to the Ambassador of Canada to India demanding action. Watch all the details in this report.
Massive protests were launched near the Canadian embassy in Delhi. The Global Punjabi Association and Hindu organizations came together in protests against K-terror. Protesters broke through barricades in outrage.
We are standing here near the Chanakyapuri Thana, where the Global Punjabi Association here is out on road protesting on various issues. One being against the Khalistani elements, as well as other being the attack on Hindu temples. As you can see that slogans are being raised where it is written that Indians will not tolerate the attack on temples in Canada, and Sikhs and Hindus are together in this. You can see the heap of crowd, na tootenge na batenge, hum ek hai. These kind of slogans are being raised.
The Hindu Sikh Global Forum also wrote a letter to Ambassador of Canada to India to take action against the Brampton temple attack.
मैं इसको कंडेम करता हूं और अलगाववादी जो बैठे हुए हैं कनाडा में, मैं उनको चेतावनी देता हूं कि आप बाज आ जाएं, बार बार बाज आ जाएं, हमारे धर्म को अपवित्र करने की कोशिश ना करें। हिंदू सिख एकता है, रहेगी, बार बार प्रदर्शन करेंगे। हम उसको जोरदार सरकार को अपील करते हैं कि आप उन पर एक्शन हो और जो कार्रवाई बनती है उन पे करें।
देश विरोधी ताकतों को बताना चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सभी मजहब और सब सारे एक साथ रहते हैं, चाहे वो हिंदू सिख मुसलमान कोई भी हो। अगर कोई भी सिखों पे जैसे आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि हमने कनाडा में मंदिरों पे अटैक, तो सिख धर्म में ऐसा कोई संविधान नहीं है। हम देश विरोधी ताकतों को यही बताना चाहते हैं कि हम एक थे, एक हैं और एक ही रहेंगे।
Meanwhile, the Brampton police arrested Sikhs for Justice coordinator in Hindu temple violence case. 35-year-old Indrajit Singh Ghoshal, who was arrested, serves as the Khalistan referendum coordinator for Sikhs for Justice group in Canada. The latest arrest came after India's strict warning to ensure security for Hindu community and diplomats in Canada.
You have seen our comments that we made. We condemned the attack on the temple in Brampton, and we also called upon the Canadian government to uphold rule of law and to bring to justice people who perpetrated the violence. We hope that the Canadian government will take due action.
Meanwhile, Canadian MP Chandra Arya called out the Canadian politicians for deliberately avoiding recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack.
Again, strongly condemn the attack by Khalistan extremists on Hindu devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. Politicians are deliberately avoiding, recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack, or are shifting the blame to other entities. than misleading Canadians by framing this as an issue between Hindus and Sikhs. This is not true. We, as Hindus and Sikhs, will not and should not allow vested interest to divide us for their political gain.
The protests come as Canadian MP Justin Trudeau's appeasement of Khalistani terror has not just weakened India-Canada ties, but also destroyed Canada's global standing.
Well, yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, that is the 12th of November, all day, as it will be live action.
Character, the taste of success.
What's your message to everyone who use, controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today, our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Team Marksman recently hosted a stellar evening called The Most Preferred Workplaces for Women 2024 and 2025 in India's business capital, Mumbai. Based on the theme, Empowering Women, Powering Business Growth, the event was conceptualized as part of Team Marksman Network's flagship initiative, Most Preferred Workplace. A one-of-a-kind initiative, Most Preferred Workplaces for Women 2024 and 2025, recognized and celebrated organizations that prioritize women's welfare and create supportive and equitable environments for their female employees across various sectors.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment that we've all been waiting for, because we've all heard several interesting conversations today that delved into the culture, the creation of world-class workplaces, the future of work, DEI, and so much more. Now, we all know that the amount of effort that actually goes into the creation of world-class workplaces is actually mind-boggling. And today we celebrate the achievements of some of these standout organizations. These organizations have dared to be a little bit different, and most importantly, they managed to build a workplace that is welcoming and primed for growth and enjoyed the rewards of it, which is why they have managed to earn the acclaim as the most preferred workplace for women 2024. So to proceed with the recognition ceremony, I'd like to please invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Khubchandani, the co-founder and CEO, Team Marksman Network, and Mr. Sharad Gupta, co-founder, Team Marksman Network. All right, the plan is to go back to back, but in an alphabetical order. So I'm about to announce these amazing organizations that are incorporating strategies to make employees' life easy, and at the same time incorporate these incredible strategies that are truly setting the tone for the future. Well, up next, ladies and gentlemen, let me please invite Omega Healthcare. The next organization that's being felicitated, Omega Healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, my doctor also tells me that clapping is very good for the heart. Let's keep that applause going one more time, everyone. Let's hear it for Omega Healthcare.
Women's advancement in our organization is one of the top management priority in Omega. In fact, when we created Roshni as an exclusive women employees forum, one of the reason we started that was to help them create their career, because we have 50% of our women employees working in the both day and night shifts. So what we have done, we have created a exclusive program for them, from an associate to become a supervisor, and from a supervisor to become assistant manager, and we also created a MDP and EDP, management development program and executive development program, exclusive for our women employees, to create how do they manage work-life balance, how do they come out of their comfort zone to be creating their own career plus take care of their families. So we have managed to create close to about 25 to 28% of our women employees advancing their career within Omega.
Round of applause for the next organization, HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited.
The unique challenge that general insurance industry today has, that we want more and more women to really embrace the exciting opportunities that this industry offers. Not just to make a career at the front line or at the middle management, but there is just so much that is required to shape the organizations and the industry for tomorrow. And we want more and more women to participate in this journey to shape the industry for tomorrow. HDFC Ergo last year started an open source movement called Love All. Part of that Love All movement also prompted the organization to work towards creating an equitable workplace where opportunities are curated and designed and offered to women colleagues. We've seen a lot of success in the way that women have embraced these opportunities within the organization and shaped their careers. Also, it is an invitation to the women who've taken a break in their careers to come and restart. We've seen multiple successes, and through Love All, it's also an invitation to all the women out there to consider general insurance as an industry of choice and HDFC Ergo as an employer of choice.
Let's please invite Kaveri Hospitals. Let's keep that applause going, ladies and gentlemen. For the next organization, making it to the most preferred workplace for women 2024, Kaveri Hospitals.
Kaveri Hospital was started 25 years back by a group of doctors with the idea of providing tertiary care facility in a tier 2 town. Over a period of time, we have now grown to 12 hospitals across 6 cities in 2 states. We have close to 9,500 employees working across various units. And also we have 1,200 doctors who are full-time doctors. As you all know, healthcare is a profession, and as a business, it is primarily revolves around compassion, actually. And we all know that women score well ahead of the men while delivering compassionate care, actually. That's why 72% of our employees are women. Of these employees, more than 65% of the employees are first-time employers. That means that we pick them up from rural background, we train them, or we pick them up from college as freshers, and we train them to be a good nurse, good executive, or good managers, actually. In this way, we ensure that women from rural background, lower socioeconomic status, first generation graduates, and all these people are getting a safe environment and also appropriate training in various fields of medicine. Not only doctors, we also train them in other specialties like technicians, lab technicians, cath lab technicians, dialysis technicians, or business administrators, executives. In all levels, we train these women. In fact, we have post-graduation courses in around 20 specialties where close to 40% of the doctors, postgraduate doctors, are women doctors. And people in the top level, we have, for example, our HR head is a women. And also we have all senior leadership, clinical leadership, like nursing head, quality heads as women.
Let's also march ahead and invite the next organization, ladies and gentlemen, AmDocs.
We have revolved around 4 pillars that we focus on for our employees. Creating impact, growing your career, thriving in flexibility, and connecting with people. And some of the initiatives that we are doing at the workplace, which is around these 4 pillars, which is actually enabling women at the workplace. The first one is our structured hybrid model of work. This actually enables women to choose and be able to create a work-life balance. We also do have a unique program called Vacation Without Limits. And here we give the freedom to employees to plan their vacation days depending on their needs in consultation with their leaders.
And as I invite the next organization, let's spin together with a huge round of applause as well. Let's hear it for Wellspun Living Limited.
At Wellspun, we are proud of our journey to create a truly inclusive and empowering workplace. Women are at the heart of what we do, making up 27% of our workforce, and we are committed to growing that number. Through initiatives like Women of Wellspun and allyship, we provide mentorship, training, and opportunities that help women thrive at all levels, from the shop floor to leadership roles. I'm especially proud of the increasing number of women in blue-collar roles at our plants. These women break barriers daily with their skills, resilience, and dedication, showing that there's no limit to what they can achieve. I firmly believe that when a woman gains financial independence, it transforms her life and creates a ripple effect that impacts her family, community, and society.
Let me now please invite Tata BlueScope Steel. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a wealthy round of applause as I invite the next organization, Central Bank of India, as the most preferred workplace for women 2024.
Number of programs that we have initiated so that the leadership pipeline develops and goes up right to the top. At present, at entry level, as I said, it is 36%, but the way when we go upwards in the hierarchy, the percentage drastically comes down. So in order to ensure that there is a proper leadership pipeline that leads to the top, we need to have certain policies and schemes in place. So right now what we are doing in our bank is, since there are 36% of women, and in scale 2 and 3 where the percentage of women is around at an average of around 20%, and most of the branch heads are in that category, we are ensuring that at least 20% of my branch heads are women branch heads. We started it out last year, but currently it is at around 14 to 15%, but by this year end, we will be having 20% of our branch heads as women. Second initiative that we have taken is in order to ensure that women have this confidence of leading the branches, we have 90 branches which are 100% women branches, so that they get the confidence that without the male counterparts they can run the branches. Then there are a number of other initiatives. For example, if a lady has a child which is less than 2 years of age, we exempt them from rotational transfers. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken in the bank. One very important and interesting thing that we have introduced right now, we understand that after maternity, when the women come to the workforce, it is very difficult to adjust to the home front and the professional front. So we have counseling, post-maternity counseling for our women employees. It actually comes under the umbrella of general well-being. We have mental health counselors that are there on call for all the employees, and then we have yoga to take care of their physical health, and also 24/7 online medical consultancy that we have. We also do POSH trainings for all the employees so that they can understand how to have women in the organization, use respectful language around them. It comes as a blessing for us to have this recognition at this point in time when we are so much into taking along women in the bank. Actually, right now we are working on a concept of creating a women resource group, when all these women can come together and share their thoughts and their views. Because being an organization of around more than 112 years old, and through it has been a male dominated organization. It's very important to understand. So we conduct these regular surveys also, where we try to find out and understand what women need. So at this point in time, I think it is a real blessing for us to be recognized as a preferred workplace for women.
With that, most preferred workplaces for women 2024 and 2025 came to an end. Each organization honored during the ceremony has demonstrated their ardent belief in the need to promote gender equality, establish transparent pay structures, foster mentorship and sponsorship programs, and continue to strive for gender diversity in leadership. By taking up such initiatives, Team Marksman has reinstated their belief in addressing the barriers to women employment, promote an inclusive work environment, and encourage the spirit of womanhood and woman power. As we navigate the evolving business landscape of 2024, CX, customer experience, continues to be a pivotal differentiator for organizations across sectors. Considering this paramount importance of CX in today's business context, Team Marksman organized the second annual CX Transformation Conclave 2024 Mumbai edition. Based on the theme Engage, Innovate, Transform, Shaping Exceptional Customer Journeys, the event was an endeavor for exploring cutting-edge approaches to navigate the top challenges organizations face while delivering exceptional customer experiences.
In this whole maze of AI and the buzz activities that we're seeing around AI, from a CX point of view, purpose-built is very, very important. Something that is specifically built for customer experience, which has the data and the intensity to understand the customer interactions. So, few things that we talk about in a specialized AI for CX is using the knowledge of the data to preempt certain actions that customers may be going through, looking at their journeys across the channel, looking at the past history, looking at the ongoing conversation across, and give the right sort of guidance to the people who are handling it, either through a specialized chatbot or a human-assisted conversation. The right time, the right messaging is given so that you are able to preempt the issues as well as delight the customer accordingly. And this happens, of course, with years of data that NICE has gathered, for example, which has data for different verticals that we have gathered over the years, and we have created some AI models which are ready to be consumed, and that's why we call it purpose-built. If you think about today's chatbot, they are not really fulfilling customer needs. We all have experienced that as consumers. They're more distraction than actually fulfilling. So the first opportunity really is to create more smart chatbots which can handle complex customer queries and complete it rather than frustrating the customer. The second piece is also to bring the multi-channel capabilities on the chatbots, because today's most chatbots are only voice-driven or chat-driven. They don't allow switching of the channels. While your customers may be actually bringing their journeys through alternate channels, they may be switching in between or bringing different channels for the same queries. Chatbot should be able to smartly navigate that piece. So that's the first thing that we can do that. The second piece is really, once you have delivered this, is empowering the people who are serving that customer. Something what we call as co-pilot, which is providing real-time guidance and information to the agents while they are handling the query. This could be meaning that in giving the right set of information, preempting customer sentiment, preempting customer queries, and proactively offering them a solution, which could be offers, could be resolution of the query, and so on and so forth. And of course, dipping into the right set of knowledge base and everything else. The third piece around that is also to make sure that the right amount of knowledge articles are available. So based on the customer history, based on the call patterns and the intents that are coming in, the system should be, AI can actually write a new knowledge article itself and make it available for people to be consumed across all the channels through agents or through chatbot as well. And then lastly, of course, going beyond voice, which means that bringing all the channels in one place together, use the power of proactiveness in customer service, which means that use of channels like asynchronous messaging, which can actually have the context for a longer period of time, has the memory of past interactions with the customer, and then assist this together along with the agent to deliver a superior service.
Salesforce has really been a pioneer as far as AI is concerned, having first pioneered predictive AI in 2014 and have since then evolved into generative AI and now with our latest offering in autonomous agents. From an AI standpoint, we typically look at three key strategies which we implement when we think of building and enhancing customer experience. One is primarily focused around how do you enhance customer engagement, which can be through chatbots, through self-service channels, through automated and personalized responses, and overall being able to build an ecosystem where you are able to drive an iterative process so as to be able to keep the customers continuously engaged. The second factor around the strategy is focused around being able to drive operational excellence. So whether it is in the form of leveraging AI for conversation and chat summaries, or being able to help in drafting personalized responses for the team to be able to provide to the customers, or being able to get mobile work summaries for service personnel on the field, and to be able to create knowledge on the basis of closed cases and be able to build that repository in a real time. The third piece, which is very interesting, is completely focused around agent productivity, around how do you build agent performance, how do you focus on helping agents with a level playing field, so to speak. How do you ensure that agents are continuously guided and corrected in terms of the optimal response that they need to provide? And how is it that you can in fact codify knowledge based upon the responses that are being put together, the unstructured data and information that is there, and how do you leverage this so as to be able to create meaningful and contextual knowledge for our customers? All in all, to sum it up, when we look at leveraging AI, the outcomes that we need to deliver are with regards to reducing our cost to serve, increasing case deflection, increasing agent productivity, improving and enhancing customer satisfaction scores, and in a way fundamentally turn your service from a cost center to a revenue center.
Now, AI is disrupting the way businesses operate, and the CX industry will experience seismic changes. Many leaders in India are expecting a 5-fold increase in customer service interactions by 2027. The only way businesses can effectively manage the pace and volume of these interactions while maintaining quality service is through the use of AI. Now, as we see it at Zendesk, the primary role of AI should be to function alongside humans as a strategic ally. After all, AI isn't just about automating tasks, it's about empowering agents so that they can become super agents. With generative AI, simple chatbots with templated responses will evolve into advanced AI agents that are proactive, sophisticated problem solvers that complement human expertise. AI will be at the helm to streamline processes, automate workflows, and personalize engagement. Its ability to handle more allows the role of human agents and admins to evolve into a more supervisory position, stepping in only for more complex tasks that require a human touch. Now, Zendesk's vision for the future of AI-powered CX is clear: to revolutionize the way businesses interact with customers while preserving the essence of human connection. Having a thoughtful human automation strategy that maintains human oversight throughout will ensure AI is implemented to meet the needs of both the business and customer.
Up next, excerpts from Masters of CX, a prestigious recognition celebrating companies that deliver purpose-driven, impactful and customer-centered experiences.
In the life insurance industry, a well-designed customer journey is crucial to building trust, retaining customers, and ensuring they have a seamless experience across all the touch points. These touch points essentially are the extension of the brand, and hence they need an overarching strategy of optimization, starting with a product introduction, code generation, suitability analysis, onboarding journey, which includes the very crucial element of risk assessment, which is unique to our industry, then moving on to the customer service and regular engagements, eventually culminating with the claim settlement, which is the moment of the truth. The key levers of these strategies are personalization, automation, omni-channel experience, proactive communication, and empathy, along with transparency. The way this strategy is brought to action is essentially a combination of tech-driven efficiency, which is based on latest data analytics, AI-driven digital tools, and of course, human empathy at the center. We believe in doing everything which is customer-led and customer-first.
This endeavor by Team Marksman truly reflected their vision of carving a niche by creating unique knowledge, communities, and platforms that inform and shape the actions of decision makers, enabling them to create an impactful change.
what's your message to everyone who use, controversies to say our institutional mechanism is not strong enough?
Where our institutions need to be given credit, we put that aside and only pick that one thing about that institution and say, look at this, our institutions are really now being threatened. But what about the other things which make our institutions stand out? Every one of our institutions are really doing their maximum best, world-class best. Today, our benchmarks are being looked at rather than the benchmark elsewhere.
Presented by Adani. Powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come become. Co-powered by Raven Group. Bharosa Rakho, Surakshit Raho. E-commerce partner India Zona. Bharat ki apni dukaan. State partner Uttar Pradesh Shasan.
Yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of the country will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs who will drive the chart of India's future. Tune in on Thursday, 12th of November for all the live action.
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया.
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insulted, rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib.
याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा अपराधी नहीं, कोई ऐसा माफिया नहीं जो समाजवादी पार्टी का शागिर्द न हो.
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath brands SP as a factory of mafias, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the mafia factory. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow, launches dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. Yes, ahead of the Maharashtra polls, the manifestos that have been released, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who unveiled the Sankalp Patra on behalf of the Mahayuti, and this for the upcoming polls, making 25 poll pledges that the ruling coalition said would set the roadmap for the state's development in the years to come. Getting you all the details in this report.
The Mahayuti unveiled its manifesto for the single-faced Maharashtra Assembly elections. rolling out a list of 25 promises that it said will set the course of the state's development in the coming years. Unveiling the Sankalp Patra of the ruling coalition, Union Home Minister Amit Shah invoked Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, saying that the poll promises are in tune with the people's aspirations in Maharashtra.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है।
Topping the list of poll promises was raising the monthly old age pension to rupees 2,100 and the amount under the state's flagship Ladli Behan scheme from rupees 1,500 to rupees 2,100. In another major poll commitment, the Mahayuti said that it would channel waters from the western rivers to address the perennial woes of the drought-prone Marathwada and Vidarbha regions.
बैन गंगा नल गंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे।
In other major takeaways, the ruling combine promised 30% compensation for electricity bills, reduced fertilizer prices, as well as MSP on farmers' yields.
किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा।
While promising to come out with a vision document for Maharashtra in the first 100 days after coming to power, the Mahayuti also underlined its commitment to raise the wages of the Anganwadi and Asha workers.
आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा।
Speaking at the unveiling of the Sankalp Patra, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the Mahayuti would also pursue its objective of making Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy in the next 5 years, if voted back. Hitting out at the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shah accused the opposition coalition of trying to grab power through appeasement.
मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली।
Also coming down heavily on Shiv Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, Shah accused him of drifting from Bal Thackeray's ideals while aligning himself with leaders who abused Veer Sarvakar and spurned the invitation to the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
The Aghadi, meanwhile, also came out with its manifesto, promising to implement 5 broad guarantees if it comes to power. As the Mahayuti rolls out its manifesto, the big question is, will it help paper over the differences within and find favor with the people?
Well, a day after bringing a massive charge against the Congress-led MVA, claiming that it agreed to a quid pro quo offer from the All India Ulema Board ahead of the assembly polls, BJP underlined its intent to put its unity pledge into practice, unveiling the manifesto or the Sankalp Patra of the ruling Mahayuti ahead of the single-phase elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah promised to bring in tough anti-conversion law in the state if elected. Getting you all the details in this report.
At the unveiling of its manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP-led Mahayuti underlined its intent to put its plan to prevent a split in majority votes on parochial lines into action. A day after charging the Mahavikas Aghadi of cutting a quid pro quo deal with the All India Ulema Board, the BJP came out with a counter strategy to carry forward its "Batenge to Katenge" call. Speaking at the launch of the manifesto of the ruling Mahayuti, Union Minister Amit Shah said it will bring a tough anti-conversion law in the state if voted back.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आए।
The BJP earlier claimed that the MVA bigwigs accepted 17 demands of the Ulema Board, including reservation for Muslims in lieu of votes and support of the minority community.
How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jamaat-e-Ulema will consider it? A downright divisive communal demand of 10% reservation for Muslims. The Congress party is crossing all limits of constitutional propriety and political propriety to get votes to defeat BJP.
Raising the alleged quid pro quo deal, Shah asked the people if they stand for Muslim reservation at the expense of deserving quota for the backward and marginalized section of the population.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या?
Accusing the Waqf board of laying claim to temples in Maharashtra and grabbing farmers' land elsewhere across the country, Shah said the Aghadi was stalling the bid to bring in sweeping changes to the Waqf Act.
किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहाँ तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहाँ पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है।
There's just few days left for the voting and for the counting in the state of Maharashtra, as the assembly elections are already announced by the Election Commission of India. The Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti is facing each other in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact both have come up with their own manifestos. As the day comes nearer, the elections will get more interesting as the war of words between Mahavikas Aghadi or the Mahayuti have started taking its own course against each other.
With the BJP coming with a counter to the Aghadi's alleged bid to consolidate Muslim votes, the stage is set for fiercely polarized battle for the Maharashtra Assembly.
And well, upping the ante against the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly bypolls on November 13, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tore into his arch political rival Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing hardened criminals who looted people and robbed them of their homes and land. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath unleashed a no-holds-barred attack on the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly by-elections in the state. Speaking at a rally at Ambedkar Nagar on Sunday, Yogi came out firing at the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing gang lords and criminals. Invoking the killing of Bahujan Samaj Party leader Raju Pal by goons in the employ of the Samajwadi Party, Yogi said the Akhilesh-led party has turned into a production line for the mafia. Chief Minister said criminals are groomed into gangsters with the blessings of SP leaders.
देख सपाई बिटिया घबराई ये समाजवादी पार्टी आप यह तो एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस बन गया है माफिया और अपराधियों को पालने का प्रोडक्शन हाउस है ये, यानी जहां पर हर दुर्दांत अपराधी, हर दुर्दांत माफिया, हर दुर्दांत दुष्कर्मी जहां से पैदा होता है और इसके सीईओ अखिलेश यादव है.
Invoking deceased mafia lords turned leaders Atiq Ahmed and Mukhtar Ansari, Yogi said the feared dons who looted people under SP faced swift justice under the double-engine Sarkar.
प्रयागराज का अतीक अहमद रहा हो, गाजीपुर का मुख्तार अंसारी रहा हो, अंबेडकर नगर का खान मुबारक रहा हो, ये सभी के सभी समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रोडक्शन हाउस की ही उपस्थिति. बिजनेस पार्टनर थे लोग, एक साथ अपराध के लिए बिजनेस करते थे.
Yogi's fierce attack came less than 24 hours after Akhilesh needled the ruling BJP, saying reverse countdown had begun for those behind the encounters.
जो एनकाउंटर वाले हैं उनका काउंटडाउन शुरू हो गया है. जो एनकाउंटर वाले हैं उनका काउंटडाउन शुरू हो गया है. अब वो सरकार में उतने दिन नहीं रहेंगे जितने वो सरकार में रह चुके हैं.
With Akhilesh firing a salvo at the BJP and Yogi striking back, the gloves are well and truly off in UP ahead of the bypolls to 9 assembly seats. And well, in a mega terror sweep in the valley amid a spurt in cross-border infiltration attacks and joint forces who are engaged in fierce gunfights with Jaish terrorists in Srinagar and Kishtwar. Now, according to sources, the twin encounters which followed a firefight in Sopore the day before was still ongoing, highlighting the grave security challenges for the forces deployed in the region.
Less than 24 hours after the forces closed the Sopore encounter, gunning down one terrorist, two separate firefights broke out in the valley on Sunday. According to the sources, fierce gunfights between the forces and terrorists from the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed were ongoing in Srinagar and Kishtwar regions of Jammu and Kashmir. Sounds of rapid gunfire filled the air in the Zabarwand forest area of Kishtwar after a joint team of the Army's elite special para-forces and the Jammu and Kashmir police trapped some Jaish terrorists in the area. Reports said that some Jaish men tried to ambush 6 to 7 Army personnel, triggering a fierce gun battle. An air ambulance was rushed to the site of the Kishtwar gunfight after 4 soldiers were injured in the foiled ambush. It was the third such encounter in the region within 24 hours. A group of 3 to 4 Jaish terrorists tried to ambush the soldiers who had been deployed in the area as part of a massive manhunt for the culprits behind the abduction and murder of 2 village defense guards in the area. Meanwhile, the forces continue to sweep the Zabarwan forest and are expected to remain in the area till late evening. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, terrorists opened fire on a joint team of the army and police during a coordinated search operation. According to sources, the forces cornered 2 to 3 Jaish terrorists in a residential building in Srinagar. The forces launched the operation after receiving intelligence about the presence of terrorists.
किश्तवाड़ में सुरक्षा बलों और आतंकियों के बीच मुठभेड़ लगातार जारी है। 3 से 4 जैश के आतंकी जो हैं वो केशवान के ऊपरी इलाकों में सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा घेरे गए हैं, जिसके बाद ये ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। इस ऑपरेशन में भारतीय सेना के नायब सूबेदार जो हैं उन्होंने शहादत हासिल की है। 2 पैरा के नायब सूबेदार राकेश कुमार जो हैं वो आतंकियों से लड़ते हुए शहीद हुए। अभी ये ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। आपको बता दें कि जो आतंकी सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा घेरे गए हैं ये आतंकी जैश ए मोहम्मद के वही आतंकी हैं जो 2 विलेज डिफेंस ग्रुप के मेंबर्स जिसमें कि नज़ीर अहमद और उसके साथ साथ कुलदीप कुमार को मौत के घाट उतारने में यही आतंकी थे, जिसके बाद सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से बड़े पैमाने पर ऑपरेशन जो है वो लॉन्च किया गया था। इस वक्त जो है पूरे किश्तवाड़ की बात की जाए तो सुरक्षा चाक चौबंद कर दी गई है, क्योंकि लगातार इनपुट हैं कि आतंकियों के कई और ग्रुप भी इस इलाके में एक्टिव हैं।
While no casualties were reported on either side, authorities informed that no further gunfire was heard after the initial exchange.
Well, the Global Punjabi Association and Hindu organizations staged protests against Khalistani terror amid the recent attack on Hindu temples and targeting of the embassy staff. The Hindu Global Sikh Forum also wrote a letter to the ambassador of Canada to India demanding action. Watch all the details in this report.
Massive protests were launched near the Canadian embassy in Delhi. The Global Punjabi Association and Hindu organizations came together in protest against K-terror. Protesters broke through barricades in outrage.
We are standing here near the Chanakyapuri Thana, where the Global Punjabi Association here is out on road protesting on various issues. One being against the Khalistani elements, as well as other being the attack on Hindu temples. As you can see that slogans are being raised where it is written that Indians will not tolerate the attack on temples in Canada, and Sikhs and Hindus are together in this. You can see the heap of crowd, na tootenge na batenge, hum ek hai. These kind of slogans are being raised.
The Hindu Sikh Global Forum also wrote a letter to Ambassador of Canada to India to take action against the Brampton temple attack.
मैं इसको कंडेम करता हूं और अलगाववादी जो बैठे हुए हैं कनाडा में, मैं उनको चेतावनी देता हूं कि आप बाज आ जाएं, बार बार बाज आ जाएं, हमारे धर्म को अपवित्र करने की कोशिश ना करें। हिंदू सिख एकता है, रहेगी, बार बार प्रदर्शन करेंगे। हम उसको जोरदार सरकार को अपील करते हैं कि आप उन पर एक्शन हो और जो कार्रवाई बनती है उन पे करें।
हम देश विरोधी ताकतों को बताना चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सभी मजहब और सब सारे एक साथ रहते हैं, चाहे वो हिंदू सिख मुसलमान कोई भी हो। अगर कोई भी सिखों पे जैसे आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि हमने कनाडा में मंदिरों पे अटैक, तो सिख धर्म में ऐसा कोई संविधान नहीं है। हम देश विरोधी ताकतों को यही बताना चाहते हैं कि हम एक थे, एक हैं और एक ही रहेंगे।
Meanwhile, the Brampton police arrested Sikhs for Justice coordinator in Hindu temple violence case. 35-year-old Indrajit Singh Ghoshal, who was arrested, serves as the Khalistan referendum coordinator for Sikhs for Justice group in Canada. The latest arrest came after India's strict warning to ensure security for Hindu community and diplomats in Canada.
You have seen our comments that we made. We condemned the attack on the temple in Brampton, and we also called upon the Canadian government to uphold rule of law and to bring to justice people who perpetrated the violence. We hope that the Canadian government will take due action.
Meanwhile, Canadian MP Chandra Arya called out the Canadian politicians for deliberately avoiding recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack.
Again, strongly condemn the attack by Khalistan extremists
on Hindu devotees at the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. Politicians are deliberately avoiding, recognizing and mentioning Khalistanis as responsible for this attack, or are shifting the blame to other entities. They are misleading Canadians by framing this as an issue between Hindus and Sikhs. This is not true. We, as Hindus and Sikhs, will not and should not allow vested interest to divide us for their political gain.
The protests come as Canadian MP Justin Trudeau's appeasement of Khalistani terror has not just weakened India-Canada ties, but also destroyed Canada's global standing.
Well, yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of India will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs will chart India's economic future. Tune in on Tuesday, that is the 12th of November, all day, as it will be live action.
ब्लास्ट हुआ स्टेशन पर से मैं पहुंच गया था, लेकिन ब्लास्ट हो गया। हमारा स्टाफ इस तरफ था, अल्लाह का शुक्र है हमारा स्टाफ बच गया सारा। बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, हमारी ट्रेन अभी आई नहीं थी। स्टेशन पर से मैं पहुंच गया था।
राजधानी लखनऊ में फिर से एक बार बुलडोजर
कार्रवाई देखने को मिल रही है। आप देखिए यहाँ पर ये जो पुकलैन है, जेसीबी जो है वह पहुँच चुकी है और यह जो एक अभी नया जो अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन है, एक बड़ा सा एक गोडाउन बनाया गया है जिसको बुलडोजर पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर रहा है, गिरा रहा है। LDABC यानी लखनऊ विकास प्राधिकरण ने आदेश दिया है इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को ध्वस्त करने के लिए। लिहाजा यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं, जिनकी यह बिल्डिंग थी, जिनकी यह इमारत थी, वह कमिश्नरेट में गए हैं, यानी कि कोर्ट में गए हैं, लेकिन उनको क्लियर स्टे नहीं मिला है। यहाँ पर उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस और जो LDA की जो नई सुरक्षा दस्ता है, नया जो इनका बल है, उस दोनों ग्राउंड जीरो पर है और यहाँ पर बुलडोजर अपना काम कर रहा है और इस पूरे गली को, यानी कि ये जो मेन सड़क है, इसको दोनों ओर से बंद कर दिया गया है। यहाँ जो स्थानीय मार्केट के जो लोग हैं वो वही यहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं, नहीं तो बाकी और लोगों से कोई मतलब नहीं है। दोनों तरफ जो LDA की जो सुरक्षा बल है वो तैनात है। यूपी पुलिस भी यहाँ पर उनको अपना पूरा सहयोग कर रही है और ऐसे में आप देख रहे हैं कि एक बार फिर से राजधानी लखनऊ में बड़े दिन के बाद बुलडोजर कार्रवाई देखने को मिल रही है। हालांकि आपने देखा होगा कि इन दिनों लगातार हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में LDA कार्रवाई को लेकर तमाम तरह के बातें गई हैं, जीरा गई हैं, लेकिन सरकार का ये कहना है कि अगर कहीं कुछ गलत है तो वो बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, नियमों का कहीं कुछ उल्लंघन है तो बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। ऐसे में आप देख सकते हैं कि यूपी में, यानी कि लखनऊ में केसरबाग, और लखनऊ का एक प्रकार से दिल होता है, केसरबाग हेरिटेज जगह है, यहाँ पर बहुत ही घनी आबादी भी है और मार्केट भी है। ऐसे में यहाँ पर कैसरबाग, लखनऊ के कैसरबाग में यह जो ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है, ये बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई है। ये बड़ा मैसेज देती है कि अगर कुछ गलत होता है, उसकी शिकायत अगर शासन प्रशासन को जाती है तो योगी आदित्यनाथ का बुलडोजर रुकने वाला नहीं है।
Yes, the time has come once again when the greatest economic minds of the country will gather under one roof and discuss the driving forces behind our thriving economy. Republic Media Network presents the 4th edition of the India Economic Summit, Viksit Bharat Bullseye, a platform where topmost ministers, visionary policy makers, renowned economists and influential industry leaders and entrepreneurs who will drive the chart of India's future. Tune in on Thursday, 12th of November for all the live action.
कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी बेटी को राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में हराने के लिए पूरा दम लगा दिया।
Prime Minister tears into Indie bloc in Jharkhand, says OBCs and tribals insulted, rakes up Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu.
कठोर से कठोर कानून जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर
BJP releases Sankalp Patra in Maharashtra. Amit Shah promises anti-conversion law after BJP comes to power in the state.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या?
Amit Shah takes a jibe at Uddhav Thackeray, says Uddhav Sena siding with those who insulted Bala Sahib.
याद करिए, उत्तर प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा अपराधी नहीं, कोई ऐसा माफिया नहीं जो समाजवादी पार्टी का शागिर्द न हो।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath brands SP as a factory of mafias, calls Akhilesh the CEO of the mafia factory. Massive anti-terror operations launched in Jammu and Kashmir, 4 jawans injured in an ambush in Kishtwar. Ukraine launches biggest attack on Moscow, launches dozens of drones. Russian air defenses shoot down over 70 drones. Yes, ahead of the Maharashtra polls, the manifestos that have been released, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who unveiled the Sankalp Patra on behalf of the Mahayuti, and this for the upcoming polls, making 25 poll pledges that the ruling coalition said would set the roadmap for the state's development in the years to come. Getting you all the details in this report.
The Mahayuti unveiled its manifesto for the single-phased Maharashtra Assembly elections, rolling out a list of 25 promises that it said will set the course of the state's development in the coming years. Unveiling the Sankalp Patra of the ruling coalition, Union Home Minister Amit Shah invoked Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, saying that the poll promises are in tune with the people's aspirations in Maharashtra.
अभी जिस संकल्प पत्र का विमोचन हुआ, वो संकल्प पत्र ये महाराष्ट्र की महान भूमिका, सारी जनता के आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। महाराष्ट्र एक प्रकार से कई युगों से हर क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व कर रहा है।
Topping the list of poll promises was raising the monthly old age pension to rupees 2,100 and the amount under the state's flagship Ladli Behan scheme from rupees 1,500 to rupees 2,100. In another major poll commitment, the Mahayuti said that it would channel waters from the western rivers to address the perennial woes of the drought-prone Marathwada and Vidarbha regions.
बैन गंगा नल गंगा इंटरलिंक परियोजना, घोसी खुर्द परियोजना जो लगभग 63 टीएमसी पानी को मोड़कर विदर्भ में नागपुर, वर्धा, अमरावती, यवतमाल, अकोला और बुलढाणा जिले के 3,71,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को सिंचित करने का काम करेगी। इससे विदर्भ की प्यासी धरती को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है और ये 85,000 करोड़ की योजना अगले 10 साल में हम इसको पूरी करेंगे।
In other major takeaways, the ruling combine promised 30% compensation for electricity bills, reduced fertilizer prices, as well as MSP on farmers' yields.
किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए ढेर सारे उपाय भी हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें उर्वरकों पर SGST में से छूट और जो SGST है वो सब्सिडी के रूप में वापस दिया जाएगा। सोयाबीन के लिए प्रति क्विंटल 6,000 का MSP हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे और सोयाबीन को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए समर्पित मूल्य श्रृंखला अक्षय अन्न योजना के तहत प्रति माह मुफ्त राशन में चावल, ज्वार, मूंगफली, तेल, नमक, हल्दी, सरसों, जीरा और मसाले इस सबको समाहित किया जाएगा।
While promising to come out with a vision document for Maharashtra in the first 100 days after coming to power, the Mahayuti also underlined its commitment to raise the wages of the Anganwadi and Asha workers.
आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं का बीमा कवरेज भी किया जाएगा और उनका मासिक वेतन 15,000 तक बढ़ाया जाएगा।
Speaking at the unveiling of the Sankalp Patra, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that the Mahayuti would also pursue its objective of making Maharashtra a $1 trillion economy in the next 5 years, if voted back. Hitting out at the Mahavikas Aghadi, Shah accused the opposition coalition of trying to grab power through appeasement.
मैं निश्चित रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अघाड़ी की सारी योजनाएं सत्ता के लालच में तुष्टीकरण की है, विचारधाराओं का अपमान करने वाली है और महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति से छल कर केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए आगे बढ़ने वाली।
Also coming down heavily on Shiv Sena UBT Supremo Uddhav Thackeray, Shah accused him of drifting from Bal Thackeray's ideals while aligning himself with leaders who abused Veer Sarvakar and spurned the invitation to the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram in Ayodhya.
मैं आज इस मंच से उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या वो कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी को इतनी विनती कर सकते हैं कि वीर सावरकर के लिए 2 अच्छे शब्द बोल दे? क्या कांग्रेस का कोई नेता सम्माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के सम्मान में 2 वाक्य अच्छे बोल सकता है क्या? ये अंतर विरोध के बीच में अघाड़ी की सरकार बनाने का स्वप्न लेकर जो लोग निकले हैं, उनको महाराष्ट्र की जनता जान ले, ये बहुत जरूरी है।
The Aghadi, meanwhile, also came out with its manifesto, promising to implement 5 broad guarantees if it comes to power. As the Mahayuti rolls out its manifesto, the big question is, will it help paper over the differences within and find favor with the people?
Well, a day after bringing a massive charge against the Congress-led MVA, claiming that it agreed to a quid pro quo offer from the All India Ulema Board ahead of the assembly polls, BJP underlined its intent to put its unity pledge into practice, unveiling the manifesto or the Sankalp Patra of the ruling Mahayuti ahead of the single-phase elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah promised to bring in tough anti-conversion law in the state if elected. Getting you all the details in this report.
At the unveiling of its manifesto for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP-led Mahayuti underlined its intent to put its plan to prevent a split in majority votes on parochial lines into action. A day after charging the Mahavikas Aghadi of cutting a quid pro quo deal with the All India Ulema Board, the BJP came out with a counter strategy to carry forward its "Batenge to Katenge" call. Speaking at the launch of the manifesto of the ruling Mahayuti, Union Minister Amit Shah said it will bring a tough anti-conversion law in the state if voted back.
देश में कानून नहीं है, हर राज्यों ने बनाया है और एक कानून के मसौदे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी एक आंतरिक कमेटी भी बनाएगी और महायुति की सरकार बनने के बाद सरकार भी एक कमेटी बनाकर सभी स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा कर पर कठोर से कठोर कानून, जिसके कारण धर्मांतरण शून्य हो जाए, इस प्रकार का कानून लेकर हम आए।
The BJP earlier claimed that the MVA bigwigs accepted 17 demands of the Ulema Board, including reservation for Muslims in lieu of votes and support of the minority community.
How does your president of Maharashtra Congress tell the Jamaiat Ulema will consider it? A downright divisive communal demand of 10% reservation for Muslims. The Congress party is crossing all limits of constitutional propriety and political propriety to get votes to defeat BJP.
Raising the alleged quid pro quo deal, Shah asked the people if they stand for Muslim reservation at the expense of deserving quota for the backward and marginalized section of the population.
मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी के ये मंसूबे के साथ आप सहमत हैं क्या? एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, दलितों का, आदिवासियों का और पिछड़ों का आरक्षण लेकर मुस्लिमों को देने के पक्ष में महाराष्ट्र की जनता है क्या?
Accusing the Waqf board of laying claim to temples in Maharashtra and grabbing farmers' land elsewhere across the country, Shah said the Aghadi was stalling the bid to bring in sweeping changes to the Waqf Act.
किसानों की भूमि, लोगों के घर, यहाँ तक कि मंदिर भी वक्फ की संपत्ति घोषित कर दिए गए और उस कानून को उचित बदलाव के लिए जब हम लेकर आए हैं तो उसका भी ये अघाड़ी के लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता को ये कहना चाहता हूं कि वक्फ के कानून के बदलाव का विरोध का मतलब है कि आने वाले दिनों में यहाँ पर भी वक्फ बोर्ड आपकी संपत्तियों को इसी प्रकार से घोषित कर सकता है।
There's just few days left for the voting and for the counting in the state of Maharashtra, as the assembly elections are already announced by the Election Commission of India. the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti is facing each other in the state of Maharashtra. And in fact, both have come up with their own manifestos. As the day comes nearer, the elections will get more interesting as the war of words between Mahavikas Aghadi or the Mahayuti have started taking its own course against each other.
With the BJP coming with a counter to the Aghadi's alleged bid to consolidate Muslim votes, the stage is set for fiercely polarized battle for the Maharashtra Assembly.
And well, upping the ante against the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly bypolls on November 13, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath tore into his arch political rival Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing hardened criminals who looted people and robbed them of their homes and land. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath unleashed a no-holds-barred attack on the Samajwadi Party ahead of the crucial assembly by-elections in the state. Speaking at a rally at Ambedkar Nagar on Sunday, Yogi came out firing at the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav, accusing him of sheltering and patronizing gang lords and criminals. Invoking the killing of Bahujan Samaj Party leader Raju Pal by goons in the employ of the Samajwadi Party, Yogi said the Akhilesh-led party has turned into a production line for the mafia. Chief Minister said criminals are groomed into gangsters with the blessings of SP leaders.
देख सपाई बिटिया घबराई ये समाजवादी पार्टी आप यह तो एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस बन गया है माफिया और अपराधियों को पालने का प्रोडक्शन हाउस है ये, यानी जहां पर हर दुर्दांत अपराधी, हर दुर्दांत माफिया, हर दुर्दांत दुष्कर्मी जहां से पैदा होता है और इसके सीईओ अखिलेश यादव है.
Invoking deceased mafia lords turned leaders Atiq Ahmed and Mukhtar Ansari, Yogi said the feared dons who looted people under SP faced swift justice under the double-engine Sarkar.
प्रयागराज का अतीक अहमद रहा हो, गाजीपुर का मुख्तार अंसारी रहा हो, अंबेडकर नगर का खान मुबारक रहा हो, ये सभी के सभी समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रोडक्शन हाउस की ही उपस्थिति. बिजनेस पार्टनर थे लोग, एक साथ अपराध के लिए बिजनेस करते थे.
Yogi's fierce attack came less than 24 hours after Akhilesh needled the ruling BJP, saying reverse countdown had begun for those behind the encounters.